Welcome one, welcome all to the office hours. This is a live stream. So if you're watching this after the fact, you're like, hey, can I get all this information in tiny little bite-sized chunks that I can digest? Especially after the fact? The answer is no. Probably not good content for you then. Thanks for stopping by. For everybody else who's here for the true intellectual genius that is this stream, you know, because I am so smart. I'm such an arrogant prick. Man, I don't know. I'm just feeling sassy today. Let's get to the bar. Or the office. Hello and welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Jelly, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. It's space at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. I don't know. The more I've been doing content creation, the more my give a damn starting to get busted with a lot of this stuff. I had one person come up and say, hey, I don't have time to watch 4 hours of your stream, and I don't really care about any of the non-Star Citizen stuff. Could you timestamp everything on the live stream? For the last week, I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. It's a live stream, not a video. I'm glad you clicked on the thumbnail and you're interested in the content, but no. Like, I mean, come on, y'all. So if you're here for exclusively only Star Citizen content, goodbye. I hope you enjoy wherever you find it. There's plenty of content creators to do that. That is not me. We will cover content in Star Citizen and primarily cover Star Citizen content, especially in these streams, but no. Just no. How y'all doing? I said historian adventurer, not intellectual. Slow your roll. Thank you for that subscription, by the way, Malakiri. Hardcore for long-form content writer guy. Thank you, Radar Echo. It's weird when, like, because for those of you who don't know, I split the channel between the Astro Historian and the AstroPub about August of last year. And I've been trying to rebuild the audience from scratch for the AstroPub, and it's been doing pretty good. Like we're climbing up. We're only I think we're less than 20 away from 4,000 subscribers on YouTube there. And here on Twitch, we've been balling. Like, oh, let's look at Twitch. We're over 16,000 viewers, so followers on Twitch. But it's weird trying to do that with YouTube. Being spicy tonight. Well, I said this on Twitter earlier, and this is probably my last week on Twitter hardcore, but like actual using it. I'll still probably. I realized that enough of my sponsorships are like, you have to post on Twitter, so I'm like, okay, but I'm not gonna like actively use it. The raid? Not Shadow Legends. I've already done that before, but. Good evening to you too, Duke. Hey, First Tasty. I don't know if there's an actual raid coming in or not. I didn't know if that was coming in. Your account got hacked and banned on Twitter with 2FA enabled. It's not worth it anymore. Anywho. I've had this kind of experience, and I'll kind of go over this at the very beginning because I want to kind of talk through this because it's Star Citizen related specifically. And hey, T-Fizzle, how you doing, buddy? Sorry, you kind of came in at a weird time. But I've seen a lot of people pulling the oldie scam card, and they're trying, and it's so weird to watch people who. I think it's just projection at this point. People who move the goalposts so much that they've dug themselves in so deep that Star Citizen is a scam that they cannot pull themselves. They feel like they have to go through with it. Like Star Citizen has to be a scam because if they're wrong, they'll feel like morons. So they have to be like, okay, so this has got to be the worst thing in gaming history, and so on and so forth. Hey, Gian Hovertank Gang. Hey, Nick. Hey, it's Nick. Oh, it's the Info Raiders. The Info Raiders. That's what you should call yourselves when you come in. The Info Raiders. Give us your info. How you doing, Info Runners? That's a lot big. That's a thick. That's a thick raid. How you doing there, X, Al, and all the rest of y'all? How y'all doing? How come Al has better hair than you? Ouch. Ouch. Did you tell him to say that, Al? Or is that X? What's up, y'all? Yeah, just let me know. Let me know, X, till what time. I'm good. I have to put together a team for Captain's Table this week because I haven't done that, but... So this is one of the better games in gaming. Alright, so let me get over this. I've since the 318 stuff, there's been a group of people who've been very mad. Rightfully so, pissed off. CIG dropped the ball on it. But I was talking with members of CIG staff, just kind of casually, about other stuff, CitizenCon stuff and such. And I found out that, like, you know how everyone was getting 40K errors? It was so bad that, like, CIG employees have 40K errors. Like, their own accounts just didn't work. Even CIG official accounts just did not work. It was that bad. Alt Telegram accounts. Oh, that too. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I think a lot of people said, oh, this is a disaster. It's like, yeah, it's a disaster for them too. Hey, Night Cobb. But that's kind of like, I think this has kind of dragged this up a lot, is that there's a lot of people who I've seen, especially it comes with the free flight. Like, I played the free flight, and one of the comments I saw on a video that wasn't my own, which is, rare, said, Star Citizen feels like they made it in the last 2 years and been scamming people for 10. It's the worst thing in gaming. And there was this long thread I saw, someone had posted on Twitter about how, like, effectively, the reason why Star Citizen takes so long is that games like Star Citizen take this long. It's just, that's what has to happen. There's just a lot of R&D you have to do in order to get to the point where Star Citizen is right now. And it's going to take longer because that's just what happens. And people are so used to, not be seeing a game until it's like about to be released, and games which have these big scopes and then are shaved down for mostly for time. But I think a lot of people ignore the fact that the reason why game devs are shaved down their time is more to do with profit than it has to do with the game itself. You'll hear people say things like, hey, work with what you have, work within your limitations makes you a better creator. Those are all true things. But people completely ignore the profit motive. Like, the reason why games are rushed out, the reason why games are in such bad states when they're released is not because game devs don't care. Like, they wouldn't get into game dev if they didn't care. It's the worst paying job in tech. They care. They have a passion for it. Especially if you're in game dev for longer than a handful of years, you give a fuck. Because, like, there's nobody else who's going to do that job. It's speaking from experience, I can have empathy a little bit because I'm a teacher. So you don't go into teaching for the money. Let's just say that. But so many game devs have to push out what they have because their publishers or the people who back them demand they release something so they can get a return on their investment. And that's the reality, is that CIG is not doing that. CIG is taking the time to develop things they have to, or they're going to make mistakes like any other kind of dev team does. And they're going to, sometimes it's going to be 318 level. Sometimes it's minor, but more minor. Sometimes it's NPCs standing on chairs. Sometimes it's no one can log into the game, but that's part of the process of building a game, especially when you're actively pushing out to people. And the reason why no other game has been attempted that's to challenge Star Citizen. I hear so many people say, wait until the competitors show up. They'll start showing up to try to take Star Citizen, and you don't see it. I've been waiting 10 years for these competitors to show up, and they don't show up. And yeah, you have Elite Dangerous, you have Starfield, you have No Man's Sky, but none of those are Star Citizen competitors. As much as that would be like saying Fortnite is a Arma competitor. Not even in the same ballparks. Info Runners raid left me behind. Get the studio. What studio? Also, the old nobody has ever done this before, so nobody knows how it's supposed to work. Yeah, that too. Should have been. I haven't checked my PO box. I will tomorrow though. So, hey, Tarek, how you doing? Who is this AstroPub? Hey, Sandgrouper. I haven't what, Nick? I don't know. I'm now looking at some of the stuff here. Hey, Adam, how you doing? Hola, Adam C McD. Let's get. Anyway, let me get back onto my kind of role here. Sorry, I kind of got distracted with the chat. I don't think maybe it's central restricted, but yeah. Where was I? Where was I talking about? Oh, right. It was in my brain for a moment, and then disappeared. Development. Elite Dangerous is fine, but Elite Dangerous is not Star Citizen. It's more along the lines of a traditional. It's probably the closest to Star Citizen, but it's much more focused on like the traditional space sim experience. Star Citizen is more like the evolution of a freelancer or Starlancer, of a wing commander. It's that kind of evolution. So it's probably the closest, but even then I wouldn't use Elite and Star Citizen as complete. It's an insult to Elite Dangerous and to Star Citizen to say they're the same game. You know, it just doesn't work the same way. Elite is never going to have the level of multi-crew functionality that Star Citizen's going to have, or how in-depth Star Citizen's multi-crew is going to function, because they don't have the framework for it. Star Citizen is focusing on a very specific kind of experience. Star Citizen already has more players per server than Elite does. And a lot of people don't realize that. Like, Star Citizen is an MMO. Elite Dangerous is a single-player game that they kind of tacked multiplayer on, and it's kind of been tacked together over time, pieced together to kind of make it work. Similar with No Man's Sky, but No Man's Sky is a survival game. It's like a sandbox survival game, rather than, you don't really have a lot of the stuff. Starfield doesn't even have atmospheric flight. So, like, it has no multiplayer either. So, the kind of the differences are pretty apparent, and Star Citizen's biggest problems are the things that have taken it the longest time. Server meshing, the full kind of persistent entity streaming, the persistence, the object container streaming, all of the background tech that runs the universe is what's taking them a long time. CIG got flight and FPS out in the first couple of years. That wasn't very difficult on an engine like CryEngine. Even then, it took them some. They had to make spaceships work. They had some problems that originally, but it's not nearly the problem that everything else is. The point I'm saying is that Star Citizen itself is not the same thing, and no one has tried to go directly head to head with Star Citizen. Call of Duty has thousands of clones. There's plenty of other games that try to copy Call of Duty's formula with their own game and that kind of stuff. We don't really see that in Star Citizen. We have 3 games: Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, and now Starfield, of which all 3 of those games were in production before Star Citizen started and have completely different roots. We don't see any copycats for Star Citizen. The reason why is because it's not profitable. Star Citizen as a game is not profitable. And anyone who looks at it and says, but 500 million is a moron. Because 500 million is nothing. It's what some game companies make in a fucking weekend on games. Like, Like, it's chump change in the gaming industry. 500 million is normal for a AAA in like a year. For like a mobile game. $500 million is an entire company's budget. Yeah, for an entire company's budget for making 2 games. And then on top of that, people are like, oh, well, they've made $500 million and it's no game. Don't really understand. And again, this is preaching to the converted at this point, but you all know what I'm talking about. Where the issue is not, oh, well, they've had $500 million and it's been 10 years, because that frames it as if they've done nothing when they have. And anyone who looks at the financials and looks and knows, has followed development knows there's like 1,000 people who work for CIG. And I know a lot of people are like, well, what do? They do nothing and just sitting there. It's like, no, they're doing stuff. We see what they're doing and we see the outcome of what they're doing all the time. But it's just, as a result, I have just started to become jaded with that kind of concept. Because, maybe because I can't turn off the teacher, I try to educate people, be like, hey, this is actually what's going on. You should do some more research. But I don't think these people give a shit. I think these people are just looking to just troll and move on. They're not really there to really engage in dialogue. They'll never actually change their mind. They'll just move the goalposts when they're wrong because they can't be wrong. Because, conversations and debate or anything like that it's dead. Because no one gives a shit. Everyone's too dug into their dogmatic points of view. So my point is I'm just going to start trolling the shit out of people who come in with that sort of attitude. I'm just going to dunk on them. It's been 10 years of development and they made a lot of progress. There's still a long road ahead. Oh, no, not at all. I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's going to take tomorrow. It's like, it's going to take even longer. But that's because what CIG is doing, no one else is even going to try to do. No one bothers to do because they don't have the time or the money to invest into tools and research and development that CIG needs to do to be able to make the game function. I'm not saying Star Citizen is going to be a revolutionary game that will change the industry, but I wouldn't be surprised if by the time Star Citizen reaches a more complete state, we start to see books and GDC conferences and other people looking at the technology that CIG developed and see how they tackled the problems they did. If we don't see people who have worked for CIG moving to other companies and trying to institute the same kind of technology, the same kind of tricks that they learned at CIG in their own games that are, maybe different genres or different stuff. I think it's like many games where the technology is interesting, but because it's being developed as a game and technology, it's in a unique status. It's not like Crytek, like the original Crysis, which it's a pretty good game, but it was developed to show off the engine. There's lots of games that are designed to showcase the power of the engine it's using rather than, or the console they're on, rather than being a good game. So you often see look how beautiful this game is, but it's not really a good game. Like The Order 1866, I think it was one thing that pops in my mind was like PS3 or PS4, similar concept. I think Gears of War was like that for the original Xbox or Xbox 360 or something. So, hey Alcatraz, how you doing? Fresh player here, waiting on 3.18.2 to buy a starter pack. The free play has removed all my judgments and opinions that I've gotten on the internet in the past decade. So the game's been in development. I'm glad to hear that, Alcatraz. But as somebody who's been following the game for a very long time and been making content for this game for 6-7 years now, I'm reaching that point of just I don't care. Just get a, I don't know. If you're going to complain about a video game, go get a therapist. It's probably a lot better. All right, so back to the actual stuff. Let me read some of the chat here. They're making tools to make the game quicker. Yeah, and tools are going to allow them to actually make the game. Regardless of how complex or good your game can be, no one remembers that COD doesn't being dog shit as it is. Somehow, Blizzard got $7.3 billion last year. When Star Citizen finally is done with this game, we talked about for years and years, and no one will give any shit about how long it took because it's going to be one of the most amazing sandbox MMOs that's been released. I have a feeling that Star Citizen is going to be like a more well-known and well-regarded Star Wars Galaxies. I can envision, like, if YouTube exists in 10 years, people to say the Lost Star Citizen, like, prequel or whatever, you know, those like looking at Star Wars Galaxies as like the template that seems that CIG is moving towards. I don't think they are necessarily moving towards that, but because of CIG's decisions, it's going to look an awful lot like Star Wars Galaxies, because that's just good sandbox development, just how you develop in a sandbox. How much time is being spent on assets and versus tool building is versus programming logic? You've got a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff in the air, as far as I know, because a lot of CIG's development is also not focused on anything but bug fixing and like future proofing, going through and fixing old code, updating issues, old assets, dealing with tech debt effectively. CIG has entire kind of sprints, entire like quarters dedicated to just tech debt for certain parts of the company. That's why staggered development works like it does. So, like, you know, maybe the engine team will work on nothing but tech debt for, you know, the month of March. Why? Because they need to do it. And they've set aside, they've got everything else they've done for up to that point, and they just have this scheduled so they can go through and fix it. It's not fun, nor is it engaging, but they know they need to do it in order to move forward. Robert Voss is a good point. If you are planning on buying the game, buy it with the discount starter. I think it is going to happen. The discount starter is going to stick around for a little bit longer than today. But if you are Alcatraz, if you are new, I would definitely use that, because you're going to get basically a discount. If you're already going to purchase it, get it on discount. Hey there, Vinticorn. My therapist says I should stop bothering her and come speak my mind to content creators in their chat. There's nowhere for me to go. The other day, you actually rated a former Star Wars Galaxy developer that plays Star Citizen. Really? Was that the dude who I rated during Captain's Table last time? I just want Vulcan. You and me both. Let me go through some of these. You got a show on the weekend? Before I go Facebook. Yeah, I can do this weekend. If I can steal you for a show for Captain's Table. I'll see if I can snag Algrid or somebody else as well. We'll talk ships, just because we can. Because I don't have anybody for this week for Captain's Table. So you're saying the main promise... Oh, no, I see this there. What's the best speculation for an upcoming and unannounced ships? I think one of them is almost certainly the Fury, the Misk Fury, which was talked about. And then I think we're going to either see a racing ship or an ambulance that's like an Ursa, like a version of that, like, or something similar to that. She's saying the main problem Star Citizen is future-proof and get contracts based on tech developed for your engine. I don't know if that's true. I think a lot of people will throw that out there. I don't know if that's how true that is, if like Star Citizen is going to sell its technology. I do think that the stuff that the developers are learning about how to tackle these problems is probably more valuable than any technology that CIG develops, because it helps those developers will now know a lot more about how to deal with this kind of scale of development than most developers in the industry outside of like Blizzard. Star Citizen's engine is worth more than the company. Probably is. If CIG can manage to do that, that's a good point there.
Hey, a tip.
The PR super chatted $5. THX for all your hard work.
Thank you for that super chat there, the prisoner. You are very important. Popper, very impressive pisser. You rock. Shots and cheers, y'all. Shots and cheers. Let me go through. I'm trying to go through all of the chat. Wait, is 318.2 going live right now? You got to be kidding me. Oh, God. So there you go, Alcatraz. Go buy it right now. It's just literally just out. Definitely should watch Porsche Modem on Star Wars Galaxies. Great video on the turmoil they went through. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff they learned. Let's see. Let's see. I pledged back in 13. I came back after raising a kid when 318 came out. I have criticized, I admit, but I'm still playing. So that's anything you need to know, I suppose. Yeah. Buy your start now. Yeah. So I really wish they had that water tech that Unreal 5.2 has. There's nothing. CIG is actually actively working on that. That's something they talked about in the last Squadron 42 report. I wouldn't be surprised if CIG has something like that in Star Citizen or Squadron 42 by the end of the year, or if by next year. That's not as. This is not a shit on Unreal or that the people who worked on that, but people have done water tech. Water tech is nothing new. Like, water tech has been around in games for 30 years. Like, good water tech has been around for, last 15. BioShock had amazing liquid physics and water tech and stuff like that. And that was like 2009. So I think CIG will figure out how to do that. Damn it, now I need to get a therapist. Everyone should have a therapist. Nearly a year to the day since I first discovered you. Oh, nice. Thank you, Outgrass. How are the miniatures coming along? Okay, I'm going to pause real quickly. I got to fix this one a little bit, but I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Hopefully this is appropriately spoopy, but it is a little green, so you may not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn off the green screen. There we go. He turned out okay. I'm going to change his cowl to a little darker color, but till May 2nd are the discounts. Okay, perfect. Yeah, 318.2 just went live. Yeah, I'm behind on all the chat. That's why. It must spend enormous amounts of time and budget just to keep the game working in the back end. I can't imagine the code base looks like, which to support such a huge scope. I mean, yeah. But the thing is that they have entire dedicated teams dealing that, and of course they have. That's the reason why they have almost 1,000 people working on Star Citizen. Like a week ago, he told me that he worked for Star Wars Galaxies during the downfall for a year or so. Right. Oh, Hot Thunder. Okay, I'll have to talk to him about it. That'll be definitely. I should try to get Hot Thunder on with Danny Raymond, with Ray's Guide. It would be perfect conversation with those two because they both were developers, and Hot Thunder actually worked on video games. It'd be a really good conversation. I'll see if I can pull those two together. It'd be great. Talking shit. Yep, we'll be talking shit. 100%. Whenever you need me, let me know that. Oh, you know that. I got you. Brother. The patch notes went up at 3/12/27 my time, so only a couple of hours ago. So it's kind of back up. Miss Fury should be a bounty hunting ship bringing vengeance. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but almost certainly it'll come out with 319. It's downloaded. All right, nice. I'm still playing. CIG did a good job. Yeah. Let's go, baby. See you guys out there. I'll be on the reticle. Okay. Later there, Alcatraz. Can you talk more about the Miss Fury? Nothing that I don't know anything more than what we know that it's been talked about. It's probably a combat ship. Almost certainly it'll come out in 319. The company a few years ago was valued at 660 million. Ooh. Within, damn. What they really need is physics and real physicalized damage already. I want pressurized rooms where the windows shut out, the windows be pressurized. I know they're doing that. And to Nuck, if you or Futz, I'll just say Futz. Futz, if you've followed the development, the one of the things they're really digging down on right now is what's called the resource system. And the resource system is the key. It's the core of all of that. They've already done tests, and it's already in the engine to pressurize and depressurize and all that sort of stuff rooms. What they're now working on is trying to get resources like heat and power to various locations on a ship. Once they have that, they can just take those tools and then copy it to all of the rest of the game, which is what they're kind of working on right now. Almost certainly it'll be in the game before the end of the year, which means that all of that stuff will fall in shortly after. You can see what happened when PES drops in, we get salvage, and then suddenly right after salvage we get like with 319 we're getting replacing ship parts and ship component stuff, and that's all because PES as the back end is already done, and that was a lot of the back work that needs to happen. This is that kind of PES for the rest of that gameplay aspect. Jaded, yeah, they were going to wipe in 3.18.2. We already knew that, but they shouldn't wipe after 3.18.2. Do you think Star Citizen will have SWG or EVE online crafting approach? EVE seems to be better for mass production of items. We're probably not going to see EVE mass production style of Star Citizen because EVE requires like Star Citizen. We're not going to be building ships in Star Citizen. You might build some components or like manufacture missiles or like ammo, but that's really hard. I think we're probably going to more see something like, it'll be a hybrid approach, but I think probably more leaning towards Star Wars Galaxies, though personally I haven't actually experienced the crafting system in Star Wars Galaxies, so I don't know. Sea of Thieves has good water tech. Cartoony look kind of helps it though. Yeah. Raging Dead 2 is launching. Okay. Seems like they did a partial wipe. Only a partial. That's nice. First Far Cry, good water tech. Then there was the CryEngine 2. Yeah. Thank you, Julius. That's gradient. Thank you. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. I think your gradient turned out pretty good. it's a spoopy ghost. But I'm gonna make the cowl a little bit better in terms of and a little darker because it's currently kind of a little too light, and that'll make a nice contrast between the two, and then bleed a little bit more of that blue into the green to make it a little more spoopy. The metallic green mini, is that a fade or is that the light reflecting on it? That's the fade. That's the fade, Gremlin. That's I'm using a technique for. I'm spraying it white, and then I'm using contrast paints, or if you use Army Painter, Army Painter speed paints. It's effectively the same kind of thing, and it creates this kind of metallic. That metallic sheen is a company that I will promote because it's a local Austin company, and they do fantastic work. You can get them all over the United States, and I think they even ship internationally. It's called Turbo Dork. They make these metallic paints, which are more like, they're very thin. They don't really work like real thick paints. They work more like a glaze or a contrast paint, but they have all of these different colors. So you can kind of match the colors and make that metallic. So all of that shine is just Turbo Dork. That's all it is. It's a blue-green Turbo Dork that I had that I put on top of it. So it makes it looks very shiny. And I figured I wanted to go for the shiny aspect because it's a ghost, so. Turbo Dork, if anyone's watching me who works at Turbo Dork, call me. I'll fucking take a sponsorship tomorrow. Yes, I am in the US. I'm in Texas. What's up, my favorite bearded streamer? That's a lot. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you. Very good. Yeah. CIG is doing me wrong. X1 is is at least Q4. God, man, don't bring up the X1. I don't need to do that. Let the Rag to Riches Part 2 begin. Guys, I need help. I spend $1,500 on food every month. I need more money to buy ships. Okay, Leon, here. Hold on. Let me stop you here. You're doing it wrong. What you need to do is find more time to play the game so you can buy the ships in game. So take some of that money and invest it in more food, caffeine. So it's Paul Shelley CIG confirms no more wipes after 3.18.2. I said should, Darsh. I said should. People are claiming no wipe. I was referring to the patch notes in the Spectrum to quash that error. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't know who was saying no wipe. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a wipe. This is what they said. At least they didn't release on a Friday, at least. Yeah, it's nice. SWG is more artisans crafting based off the quantity of base materials, better effects on range, on gun sacrificing, like range on sacrifice. That's almost exactly what CIG is doing. So Far Cry still uses their engine based on CryEngine. Yeah, it's an offshoot, isn't it? Like Star Citizen is. No, Paul, you're a blue-green turbo dork. Haha. Are you doing Ghosts of Sigmar? Yes, I am. Because I decided to diversify a little bit, and because I wanted to do something other than just 40K, so I decided to do the Night Haunt. A little loose. When is Fiesta, Julius? Because I've heard about Fiesta. I've been into Austin for over 7 years, and I've heard of Fiesta multiple times. I don't know when Fiesta is, though. I know it's in the spring, though, right? I will point out that it's Friday for me. The X1 is the official vehicle that identifies the lore members. You need an X1 to become an official member of the org. You're not wrong. I'm looking in game right now. Reputation cache is still there. Okay, so reputation cache is fine. They just wiped ships and gear. That's not bad. I want to fight you, Paul. Let's smash your ghost with my gargants. Let's do it. We still got to do our orc off at some point. This summer, I'm going to have more time. I'm going to. There's open play at the store at our store, Tyrek, with Colin, and there's open plays on Fridays. So I'm going to start going in for like at noon on Fridays, if you can, at some point. 3.18.2 is the gameplay patch fix, but reading the patch notes is known issues list is basically the same as it's been since 3.18. There's a lot of issues with 3.18, but a lot of those issues that are in 3.18 are the same issues that were in 3.18, 3.17, and before. There's a large list of known issues. But 3.18.2 was much more of a, let's fix some of the problems that were happening in game. Whereas 3.18.1 was more of a, let's fix being able to like log into the game. Which store? The South Austin store. Jin. Last weekend of April 28th through the 30th. It's blast down in Riverwalk. You'll have fun. Riverwalk is always fun to go down. I'm waiting with 40K until 10th. Sigmar is my main focus. Okay, we'll have to talk about that then. Because like I have to finish my guard. I decided to take a break from my guard to do a test model because I had this kind of like little leader unit guy to test, and it turned out really well. So I'll probably get back to doing more of them. But I still need to get through my guard. You've never had a good experience at this store? Wow. I've had some mixed experiences, but Colin's been good. When's the last time you went? I don't know if they've had new management since then. You started Chaos Nights. Okay. Yeah, Andrew, I'd also expect 3.19 to have a lot of the same issues that 3.18 has. I don't expect it to fix a lot of issues entirely. Just, little fixes like, I don't know, and like missions not completing for whatever reason, or events not happening properly, or 30Ks, or crash to desktops, those sorts of problems. 6 to 8 years ago? Yeah, I only started going there recently, so I think it's changed a little bit. Since it opened, okay. You'll go to Wonko's or Dragon's Lair of the Round Rock store, but if I have to go to a Warhammer store. All right, so this is an interesting thing. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this separately on my own, but let's let me do this. So there's a couple of things that are interesting here. There are several new additions on the roadmap. I guess I have to really blow this up so we can see this, because I don't know how well it's visible. No, it's okay. So these are gangs for Pyro, right? So these are brand new gangs that we've never heard of before. Rough and Ready and the Headhunters. Before this, we only knew about Xenothreat. I always call them the Enforcers. I forget their name, but they're basically the Vigilantes. We've got Citizens for Pyro, which are their own gang, their own faction kind of thing, and the Fire Rats. There was also the High Hats at one point. I think the Headhunters were mentioned once a while back, but that may be different. I have to look those up. But yeah. Ninetales is not a Pyro gang. Ninetales is exclusively a Stanton gang. So we now have 2 new factions confirmed for Pyro. These were never mentioned before in the lore, or if they did, I may have missed them. But the names do sound familiar, but it's probably because they've been mentioned a couple of times on roadmap updates. So the Overlords, thank you, because that's the name of the armor, the Overlord armor. Question, with the new roadmap, made you think the Polaris this year? I'll have to take a look at that, but that's one. So chat, is it worth grinding now that 318.2 is out? The fact that they didn't reset me to 200k, that suggests me another wipe might be coming. There's been no indication that there is another wipe coming, but there could be. I don't anticipate CIG wiping again until they absolutely have to, and I think the earliest we'd see that is like 4.0, because CIG is very hesitant to do wipes, but Headhunters, I believe, were mentioned before. I think they may have been. Let me look up something real quick. Now, I thought that too. Then I also remembered that there was also a Headhunters comic book for Halo, and I think I was getting those two confused. This is such a common name. Let's see if it was here. Tracker, there we go. I'm looking through some of this. Pull this up here so y'all can see. This is another keep banging out that comes from Pyro. Apparently some gangs even change their plans based off the solar flares emit. It's a single burst flare, it's a bad omen. So the gangs buckles down and pulls jobs, but it's 2 bursts, then luck's on your side and you rush all at once. What if 3? You're supposed to call mom? All right, and then we've got this tracker. This is another one that I saw. But worked in the system regularly, and one of the dids with this new lay land better than anybody else. My plan involved going to Ruin Station. Because the Headhunters, yeah, it was mentioned here. Trying to regain control from, oh damn, what's the name? They're not anymore. Low Side Tomahawks. Yeah, that's a weird crew. So the Headhunters are the previous controllers of Ruin Station. Damn. All right, so let me explain to you why that's pretty fucking juicy. They are the rivals of Xenothreat. So no one would like to see Xenothreat break against the rocks that is Stanton more than the fucking Headhunters, because they probably want that back. So they're probably the number 2 gang in Pyro. So that's some spicy shit right there. I'm looking forward to that. For those of you who don't know, Pyro is filled with various different gangs, and they're all going to be vying for power. And the way CIG seems to be writing and developing it, one of the reasons why Pyro is taking so long is that it seems like CIG wants to. Again, I say seems like because plans and actions are 2 different things. CIG wants that for Pyro to be like a really big test of their reputation system. Because they want things like to happen where, like, if you have a bad reputation with a certain group, then they will send bounty hunters after you or assassins. And if you have a good reputation, they may show up and help you. And if you have a decent reputation, like maybe neutral to good, they'll just ignore you if you're nearby them. If you've got a negative reputation, they might tell you to fuck off. And if you get too close, they'll attack. That kind of stuff. Hey, Jordan, how you doing? Beef is on the drama table again, boys. Friendship ended with 9 tails. My new favorite gang are the Headhunters. So yeah, that was one of those when I saw the progress tracker update with the confirming that the Headhunters and the Rough and Ready were both Pyro gangs. I was like, mwah, they're perfect. That's a lot. That's a lot of gangs. That's 6 gangs in Pyro. I think the most we're going to get in Stanton is 3 or 4. The Nine Tails, the Dusters, which we know are going to were in the game, the Nova Riders, and probably the what used to be called Malo Ex Bonum, and I think are now called the I call them UWU, but they're not actually called UWU. I think they're the UWC or the HUC or UWH, United Workers of Hurston. Yeah, UWH is what they're called. The United Workers of Hurston, who are a violent gang. So, hey, Fishy. With all these sociopaths running around with the Stanton Corps and the Pyro gangs, I'm just going to start shooting. The last pick from 318.1 were dead players hanging from the roof using their arms in Grimhex. That is kind of dark. How does the backstory of your character view the Pyro gangs? I mean, are you just asking me like what my character thinks of the Pyro gangs? Like, the way I'd play it is fuck Xenothreat. Like, they're fucking everything up because they're deciding to turn everything political. It's like they have a good thing going on there. They have their own little area. They got a lot of power, and instead of cultivating that power, bringing all the gangs under one roof, uniting the clans, they decide to go full fucking hog and attack the Stanton system and then get their ass kicked by farmers with shotguns, by a bunch of corpo stooges. Like, maybe focus on expanding your power base instead of being a bunch of xenophobic assholes. Snapchat just told me it has a new AI and like ChatGPT, and I told to tell me Star Citizen universe story using Star Citizen lore, and it freaking did. Fairly impressed, not gonna lie. CIG made their own, trained their own lore. It might, yeah, but that's more of a, is it worth the time and energy to invest in it? I'm staying out of Pyro. I don't feel like dying every second I go out. Any motorcycle gangs I can join? There was one that was referenced, but not in game yet that I know of. I know you're having a conversation with Robert there, Circulota, but that's not the case. The Connie is very usable, and the ship attachment, the Merlin, is undockable and usable. It's been usable for about 2 or 3 years now. When the Rangers come out, yeah, but there was a mention in lore of like a motorcycle club that existed, which is what I think one of the jackets is with that. You cannot undock. I think you need to request undocking, and then someone has to undock you from the pilot seat. You can't undock. You have to have 2 people to undock. If you're trying to undock from the on your own, that's not possible. You can't access the canopy. That's the first time I've heard about that. How many times have you tried it? It's a is it a 318 bug? I don't know. To be fair, I haven't tried it since like 3.17.3 or something like that, so. The real question is, when are we getting tunnel skates? It's the tunnel snakes, when they rule. Residents of Stanton, some of you may seem to have forgotten the system follows the same laws as the rest of the galaxy. Xenothreat, Ninetales, and Mongrel Squad, they're not the law. I am the law! Maybe fixed with 3.18.2, but it's not in known issues list anymore. Okay. The known bugs can happen, don't mean they always happen. Okay. It's still in there? Oh, okay. I thought you were referencing the fact that you couldn't actually use the ship at all. And I was just like, no, it's been in the game for a bit. Was the Connie even sold 10 years ago with Snub? Yeah, it was. No, you can't undock with the ship because of a bug. You're making it sound like that it wasn't a feature into the game, period. Paul, Dogs and Star Tell Me More. And Star Citizen. I had to change that title because no one wanted to watch it after that. I mean, 3.18.2 is still also a stabilizing patch. It's not adding anything new. But it's more of a focusing on gameplay stabilization than anything else. Okay. I get what your point is, Circulenta, and it's going to be probably 10 years more. It's going to take a long time. You're in software development. Yeah, you know this. They're doing something that no one else has done in terms of the scale and with the scope they're trying to do. So it's going to take some time. You'll probably get more broken. You'll probably get even worse. It's a big explosive day today. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you're implying that CIG doesn't know what they're doing, you don't work for CIG, so you don't know that. You haven't touched the code. You don't see how these development works. So that's just arrogance if you think you know more than the developers themselves. And if you're upset because it's taking time, yeah, it's going to take time. It's going to happen. Glad you're back, but this isn't a therapy session. You might be able to call. You should. I don't know if CIG actually detached those two separately. I think they did. So you still might be able to call it up on the landing pad to fly it, though. On contrary, I'm here for therapy. Don't need to start charging you like a therapist there, Night Cobb. Start charging your insurance, the U.S. Navy insurance, the launch. It'll be 25 subs per hour. I was not surprised. I'm very surprised that CIG released 3.18.2 on the last day of the free flight, because just like I thought that it was that they were planning on doing, but I was expecting them to take a good 3 or 4 days to sift through the data and then make some small corrections and fix it. But apparently, I guess it worked better than they thought. I would have expected to be able to launch the snub by now. Is that unreasonable? You have been able to launch the snub. It's a bug. It will be fixed in the future. I don't know what to tell you. It's like that's what it is. It is what it is. You can launch the stub, and people have done it. I have done it myself in previous streams. I love launching that thing. It is absolutely fucking terrible, but it is so fun to fly that thing around, dock it, redock it, and do all that crazy shit. It's fucking amazing. I haven't done it in a bit because Star Citizen's been in a weird place, and I haven't been able to get into Connie in a while. But I can tell you, it works. It's just not working right now. I get it. But at this point, I don't know what do you want me to do? Snap my fingers, make it better? Gracie's finally out? You can play again, yeah. I launched a sub over the weekend in 3.18.2. Got blowed up by an org mate afterwards, but it worked in PTU. Okay, so it was working in the PTU. Oh, that's an option? I'm going to swear, I'm going to start charging chat by the hour. You want to talk about your feelings, chat? That'll be 25 cents or it'll be 25 cents every minute. I'll finish the code for CIG. I will finish the code for CIG. You don't want me doing that, but I'll do it. Don't worry, Winter. Do you have insurance? I'll bill your insurance. $0900, Paulie. Call now. Only 25 cents per hour. Our coding would be on style, workboy style. Asking Paul to code is like asking Jared to code. It's not his wheelhouse, and it's really not going to help. All right. Let's look at some of the other things, though, in this as well. progress tracker. For those of you who don't know, this was a downstream progress tracker, so there's a lot of cool stuff in here. A lot of this stuff was mentioned in the past, and some of them are fairly interesting. So like the mining resource rush. I thought this was going to make it in 319. Apparently it's not, but it sounds like it's not too far off. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 320 thing. I'm sure CIG, because speaking of broken things, in 318, mining, last I heard, is broken as shit. That may also be because CIG has been working on redoing the sensor technology, like how scanning works, that they've talked about that a couple times in Squadron 42. So it may be, whatever they did for Squadron 42 broke the process. So it's not as functional in game right now. So they probably, that's at least my guess as to why the mining rush is kind of not going to be coming in 319. So 319 is technically 318.3. No, it's 319. It's just using the same backend as 318.3. Various large clusters of asteroids around Stanton are being sold off by several organizations. For a fee, civilians are given access to these spatial mining claims and allowed to mine until the cluster is depleted, allowing many mining crews to occasionally pirates to these, drawing many mining crews and occasionally pirates to these hotspots. This deliverable will be added to the mission features team schedule. So basically you'll be paying for locations of those sorts of things, and then you'll be going in to mine it. There'll be that. And I think there's going to be a less than legal version where like they find out where something is and, that somebody else has claimed, and you have to be able to jump in and mine it before other people show up to take it. So it's, because you're mining somebody else's property. And then there's going to be a free-for-all mission where like someone has information. It's going to be like the like Jump Town, but like, hey, I've got this information. Here's the location. Anyone can pay for it. You buy for it. You go there, but it's lawless, law zone. Like you just go nuts and mine what you need to. New missions, package extraction. This is one they mentioned in the monthly report, but this is the first time we've actually seen a detail for it. A new multiplayer mission where players work together to recover stolen prototype ship components. Crusader Security tasks players with extracting these highly classified components from Ninetales transport ships before they can escape off-world. This deliverable has been added to the new mission feature and narrative team's schedules. I think this may be connected to some other missions that they were doing, which are kind of like mini versions of Siege of Orison. Not the ones we have right now, but like even smaller versions of that, that they want to do. Because I remember them mentioning that. This is the first time they've mentioned that I've heard it called package extraction now. It could also be separate, but it's hard to know. And then the last one is the data heist, which is implementing missions that task players with infiltrating locations, often held by NPCs, reaching data stores, and setting data to upload to off-site handlers. This deliverable has been added to the mission featured narrative and VFX teams. So we get to finally do what the fucking ship jackers have been doing for years and be able to attach a device to actually hack. I have a feeling that these missions are all connected to new technology. Data heist seems like it's connected to hacking gameplay. It could probably be implemented without hacking, but hacking is definitely something they've been working on. And the package extraction is definitely connected to soft death, because you've got to disable a ship, board it, recover an item, and bring it back to a location. Hey, Dig Dug. Later, Turk. So Metal Gear Solid Rising style missions? I guess so, yeah. I'm trying to remember that game, other than the meme end. Like what kind of games it was, because it was much more of a hack and slash sort of approach. But contract mining would be great for ore that isn't that available at the moment, and which means more people mining instead of looking for the most valuable stuff. A lot of this seems to at least tell me that CIG is doing something with the back end. They're trying to play around with some of the economy features, because this is the kind of stuff that sounds cool, but doesn't really work if you don't have an economy to support it. like the mining resource. You'd have to make the missions valuable to acquire, which would mean either making those missions artificially high value or higher value than you can right now, which means that you may have to lower the spawn frequency of certain assets if you want it to be artificially high. Or if they have more of the dynamic economy implemented, making the asset more variable. So it's like, hey, I know where this is. It has pure concentrations rather than, mostly rocks. So it's pure concentrations of a bunch of different things. Go. He's out of P4 ammo. Oof. Woof. That may. So the other thing to note, Jin, is that a lot of times the Backend struggles when the new patch comes out. So it may just be, you may be able to, it may be out now, but it'll come back. Maybe just the Backend is just not working properly. If they had commodities and resource trading like Eve, that would be awesome. I don't think we're going to see a player-driven version of that. For those of you who don't know, Star Citizen is working on something like that. They call it the Odin program, I think is the name of it, but it's the actual system is called the quantum system, and it effectively creates an economy that is dynamic based around the needs of various, like the supply and demand for specific locations, but it's entirely controlled by NPCs. So the NPCs will be 90% of the economy. Players are only about 10% of the economy, which is still a lot, but players really have to organize in order to spike the resource commodities. There's no like resource trading speculation sort of stuff. So it's not, Odin is their editor. Yeah, it's the name of the editor. So it's not player driven. So players can still crash markets in theory, but they'll be local markets, not galactic markets. 318.2 still has a problem with buying stuff. That's, again, likely the early, it's just released, and that's always been a problem. The Backend has a problem struggling to keep up with an initial release. It's one of the reasons why I don't jump on right away. I'd give it, like when we jumped on to 318.1, when that first released, our friends list didn't even show up. But within 2 hours of the patch being live, the friends list finally caught up. The back-end systems are just take a lot longer to catch up with everything else. Hey, Victoria. Yeah, I'd wait a little bit for that. Player influence, but not player controlled, yeah. Odin program, well, there's another Thor, Loki, Freya, and Balder programs. I don't know, because she's bad at naming things. I hope we see Archage-like system where if you get a resource that is rich at A, but is rather further away at B, it should sell higher at B until B is plentiful and prices drop and more sold there. That's the basic gist of the system as far as I understand. Well, you have the Odin system in Star Citizen, so, All right. So we've been streaming for a little over an hour. And this is where I say this stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Let me pull up some of the talking points. I'm not going to use a lot of their talking points, but they require me to say some things. Okay. There we go. Oop. So, Paul Shilly mode engaged, yes. I didn't factor this possibility of a sponsor. So, for those of you who don't know, I actually use Factor. Or used Factor. The only reason why I don't use Factor currently, because it's just not really in my budget. I would still be using it right now if I had like just a little bit more money, because it is that good and that convenient. So what Factor is, pull this up here, is it's a service where you can order pre-made meals week to week. These meals, as you can see through here, they're all pre-made, pre-cooked. You get them in a kind of a refrigerated box. They have like ice packs and stuff like that. They make them a couple days before they send them out, and then they send them out to you. You get them, you unbox them, and they're good for about 7 days. So they have about a 7-day shelf life. But when you want to eat them, you pull one out of the fridge and you heat it in the microwave for 2 minutes. And it's done. It is surprisingly good. It is the thing that made me kind of like pay attention to it is that it's very similar to the system that a lot of restaurants use, a lot of like big chain restaurants. It's just cutting out that middleman, and you can get food for like $10 to $11 per meal with some of these Factor plans. So if you're somebody who struggles to have time to cook, who gets home from work, like this thing with me and my wife is we often get done with work and just be like, I'm done. I cannot do anything. I've got so many other things to do. Having these was super convenient because we just pull it out of the fridge, poke some holes into it, top it in the microwave, run it for 2 minutes, boom, boom, done, eat, no mess. It's great for those sorts of things. And they have all of the nutrients and everything like on the labels. They have various different plans. They have plans for keto, for vegetarian, for vegan, for meat. Like they've got a bunch of different boxes, and you can just see these are all the meals they have per week. The meals change week to week, so you can choose any of them. So like they have a pre-planned box that you can get, but you don't have to get that box. They change. Like this is a really good one I've had before, roasted garlic chicken. I've had this one too. It's pretty good. Let's see, the Chorizo Mac. I didn't like it, but my wife really liked that one. There's one that she didn't like that I really liked. Let's see if they have that here. Ooh, the shredded chicken. Oh, I love this. Is one of my favorites right here. The shredded chicken taco bowl. Let me see if you can actually see my desktop. There we go. I'll just do this for now. There you go. This right here, that is really good. This right here. This is pretty good too. The stuffed butter casserole. The herb crusted chicken. I haven't had that one. I have the Italian herb chicken here. I don't think they have it this week. But they rotate the schedule. So week to week, they have new schedules. They have some stuff that sticks around, so it's not too bad. So you have a variety of meals. It's pretty good. It's not super gourmet, but it's good food. Yeah, exactly. It's good food. The price can be a little steep, but you can choose your sizes. So it's really good for people who are looking for good, solid meals, like good, well-balanced meals that don't have time to cook. So if you live on your own and you working all the time, or you work weird hours, it costs about the same amount of money you would cost to go shopping for these sorts of foods. So it's cheaper than just getting fast food all the time, and it's much better for you, and you get more variety. So this is perfect for me. I mean, yeah, Bo, probably. It's a fantastic deal. And they sponsored with me. They reached out to me a while back, and I started using the service on my own, and I liked it. And when they reached out to me again, and because I wasn't able to take the sponsorship at the time, I actually reached out and said, hey, can I get a sponsorship with y'all? And they were like, yeah, sure. So they're paying me to say this, so this is paid, obviously. But if you use my code, which is in the description down below, it's Factor SE 36535. You get 50% off of your first box. So you can not only get a box, and you can cancel it at any time. Like I canceled this and it was boom, I was done. I didn't have to worry about it. So they're really good with that sort of thing. And again, I would be using it right now if it wasn't for the fact that I had, it was just a little bit out of my budget. So, and we're actually going to buy a box here because they actually paid me to do that. So I'm going to reactivate this. All right. I'm going to change a little bit. Exclamation point factor, I think in chat, we'll get that as well. Okay. Reactivate. I'm going to go with... Let's go with 4 meals for now. It's pretty good. I'm choosing the Calorie Smart just because it has a bunch of my personal details here. I'm like, I don't want to show that all that off. Let's see. To do reactivate. All right. Double check to make sure. All right. So I'm doing 4 meals, and it's coming in Monday, May 1st. So I reactivated it right now, and it's coming in on Monday. Usually they come in on Mondays. Right now I've got the shredded taco bowl. Mwah, I love that. I'm going to get that for sure. I'm going to, but you can edit it right here. So I'm going to edit this. I don't want that cream corn chicken. I do like the Fusilli ground tomato. Let's see what I do like this one too. I'm not much of a fan of the wild rice one, but I do like this. I'll add this one. The Fiesta grilled chicken is pretty good. Let's see. Wild mushroom filet mignon. So you can actually get things like the gourmet stuff too, but it adds a little bit more extra stuff. Vegetarian tamale bowl, Italian herb chicken. That's a pretty good one. Let's go with. Ooh, pulled pork. Be a good one. Let's go with... Let's see what else they had. I do like the garlic pork tenderloin. Oh, that's perfect. Black pepper and sage pork chop. Coming with cheddar, Brussels sprouts, and cream. Cam will love that. That'll be perfect for her. There we go. This is also another one I like a lot. This is a pretty good one. This one's pretty good too. So, all right. With that, I'm going to save these meals. I like to shop and stop and cook, but I'll do. The long haul truckers, that makes sense for sure. Yeah. Let's see. It's like this is a pretty good egg bite bundle. They also work a lot with what's it called? Like not Huel, but something like that, like Soylent, I believe. So you can also get little add-ons, like you can get a little breakfastling sausages or apple cinnamon pancakes. So you can add some stuff to there as well if you want to. Smoothies, some extra kind of desserts and such. So it really is effectively a one-stop meal shop. I tend not to do this, but you can it's very flexible to add and change some of these things. And I tend to eat like one meal, one factor a day, because I tend to have mostly just dinner and stuff. So, yeah. Happy birthday to you, Nick. All right. There we go. I'm going to also... gift cards. There we go. Parents gives me vouchers. All right, I'll do this. Exclamation point factor, I believe, in chat will get you that link. That'd be exclamation point factor 75. There we go. You can use the link as well. How long are we sponsored for this? A couple of weeks. I believe it's 2 weeks for that. Or not 2 weeks. Let me double check. Overview. Tuesday, May 16th. So I've got until Tuesday, May 16th. So I've got, yeah, I've got about a month. Yeah. So I got plenty of time. By the people, for the people, of the people. So I think you're in. Yeah. So yeah, if you're going to do it, definitely use my code. Get that 50% off or use that link. That'll give me credit for it. Every time someone buys a factor box, I'm going to be very upfront. They pay me if you use it. So there's definitely incentive for me to say using it. But like if you've watched my 18-hour stream that I did a while back, you saw me eat these meals. Like I've had the factors in the past. It is good. And if you trust my judgment on these sorts of things, I can almost guarantee you will enjoy one box. It is up there to the quality of, I would say, something like an Applebee's, kind of thing. Not spectacular. It's not like, gourmet meals. It's better than fast food, but it's for the price you're getting, it's pretty good. Like $70 for is what I'm paying right now for this. For 4 meals, and that includes shipping and stuff like that. And yet, I forgot to use my own code, but if I use my own code, I would get 50% off, which meant that would have cost me, $30-40. And just for $40 for 4 meals of that quality is pretty good. Thank you for using that there, Exeneer. Did the code work, Exeneer? Because that's the one I was wondering. I'll put you up the link up there, because I don't think I have it on the... I'll make it a command on my YouTube. Command. There we go. So it's definitely worth, and you can cancel it right after you get done with it. So if you're like, no, it's not worth it, it's not worth the money, feel free to cancel it. But I can almost guarantee you. There you go. I updated the command, so it should be up there now. For those of you on YouTube, exclamation point factor. It worked? Excellent. Any news on any capital ships getting close to release? I know the Merchantman is getting there, but I was wondering if you've heard about any others. Merchantman was put on hold. So it's not coming in anytime soon, I don't think. But I think the next one that's being worked on is the Polaris. Yeah, sorry, too knuckin'. Factor meals, fueling Star Citizen content. It got me through that 18-hour stream, and it was fantastic. Like having one for lunch and dinner, like a really solid good meal. It took me 2 minutes to prepare, and being able to eat it while I was streaming. It's so like if you like work from home or you work in an office, this is the kind of meal where you can bring it with you to an office, put it in the fridge, pull it out, you cook it, and it's as if you went out to go grab a take out at like an Applebee's. It's that good. It's like sorry, too knuckin'. Just not the fish ones? Yeah, don't do that in an office. That would be, no one would like you. Or onions. No one cooks fish and onions. Futz is fine. Okay, Futz. Any news on the gold standard Connie? Nothing yet. I think the freelancer is getting its internals replaced. The Connie really does need a new setup, though, man. It really does. Connie's been so abandoned, so abused. You think we'll get 4.0 this year? Define 4.0. Do you mean 4.0 live? Hell no. Like, no. We're not getting 4.0 this year. Are we going to get 4.0, like, PTU or Evocati? Yeah, I think so. I think we'll at least get an Evocati wave for 4.0. But no. We're getting 4.0 live in March of next year. You wish they'd bring back the old 600? The old 600? You talking about like the cargo version of the 600, or are you talking about like an earlier version of the 600? Because the 600 is getting entirely reworked from the ground up. Hey, there we go. It took a while for it to come through, but it's one down. Thank you. Thank you, Exeneer. I think it was you who got that. So, do you think we'll get Theaters for this year? I goddamn do. And I'm gonna be wrong, but I'm still gonna say it because I think people are sleeping on the Arena Commander team. You just ordered, boss? Nice. Thank you, Velocity. Thanks for dinner next week. If it got you some discounts and you got yourself a nice, like, because that's the thing, like a 50% off discount, you buy the big boxes, like the I think it's like the $80 box. That means you're getting $40 for like 5 meals. It's like, that's pretty good. that's pretty good. Character customization is acting buggy? In what way, Dig Dug? Because there's been some, like the back end, like I said, always gets attacked early on. Meals look decent. I can't wait to taste it next week. Yeah, like I said, it's not gourmet, but it's better than, in my experience, it's better than like frozen pre-prepared meals. Can't customize, everyone looks the same. So it doesn't let you customize anymore. Again, that's probably an issue of early release. A couple of things I've learned playing Star Citizen over the years. Don't try to play the patch once it releases. Wait a couple of hours at least, if not a day. And try different servers if you're having issues with like weird performance issues. Live service is not available and working. Yeah, it's the backend, Dig Dug. The backend servers always take a while to catch up because CIG tries to, I guess they try to do a filtration system. They basically like prevent players from spamming the backend early on. So some players may have access, or some servers may have access and some may not. It just takes a while for it to come in. What's your favorite ship released and unreleased? So my favorite current ship is the Cutlass Black because it's good for literally everything. But my favorite ship come 4.0 will be the Freelancer because it's another one of those ships that does everything that the Cutlass does, but has longer range. Starfield's character customization looks pretty sweet. Hope Star Citizen has something that detailed eventually. I think CIG is going for more of a... how to put this? More of like pre-canned. I don't think you're going to get levels of like absolute hyper detail where you can recreate anybody in Star Citizen. But it's been a while since they've updated us on this. But the idea was that based off of your background would determine what your character looks like. So if you say your character is from Terra, you will have a certain set of head sculpts that you can use from Terra. That's why they call it the DNA system, because they're trying to make it so that your choice in where you are from will impact your character all the way down to what you look like. Bland. Ouch. Yeah. So that's like, you're not going to be able to have like these hyper detailed abilities to change everything, but they want to tie it into the system that's already working. I don't know if that's still the case, and the hair sucks in Star Citizen. It definitely need to do that. I don't know why it's been taking so long to do that, but do you think server meshing is possible as they described it? Yeah. Yes, I think it's possible. I don't think it's impossible at all. So you look ethnically correct from the planet from. Yeah, at least you can be able to. So in theory, you should be able to tell where people are from based off of what they look like. The EVE Online method. I didn't know that it works in EVE. Your faction determines your race. Like, for instance, Terra is a pretty cosmopolitan, so you probably have more options if you're from Terra or from Sol. Obviously, if you're from Sol, like from Earth. Like, yeah, congratulations. Here's the palette. Good luck. But, you know, you might have more head options depending where you are. Terra, for instance, we know has Germans, it has Texans, Americans, Germans, Americans, Ukrainians. It has Welsh. It has Korean. There's a couple of different like Earth ethnicities, like nation who went to Terra first, and they've kind of all mixed in together. Like you've got Nova Kiev, they've got New Austin, they have Terra City, I think, or Terra Tower, I think is what it's called, Terra Prime, and then there's a couple other places like that. So if we're from Magnus, we'll look like we've held together with spit and duct tape. Magnus, I think, is Ukrainian, or at least like possibly Cossack and Northern English, because they've got Odessa as one of the cities, and the other city is what is it called? It's Odessa and like Northampton, I think. Something like that. If you're from Saisei, you're automatically either a waifu or a husbando. Yeah, like they kind of, it's Japanese company technically terraformed Saisei, so it's going to have a lot of heavy Japanese accents, but it may have also South Korean influences and Chinese influences and that sort of region. Hey, Paul, did I miss much? Hey, missed a little bit. Waiting for them to translate those bedsheet physics over to hair. Man, I know people riff on the bedsheet physics, but yeah, you need bedsheet physics in Star Citizen. Well, in Squadron at least. And it'll translate over to Star Citizen. Like, I can't talk about it, which sucks, because like I'm not under any NDA for it, but I know that if I talk about it, people get mad about it. I respect people's desire to be unspoiled more than I want to just like gush or talk about the Star Citizen or the Squad 40 shit I know. Just like anything, yeah, that's a good point there. It's like bedsheet physics is just development of interactable cloth. Yeah, it's a tool. It's one of those Saruman things where they're developing it. They're going to develop it like a tool, so it'll be used for all deformation, like soft. So I think they call it soft body deformation. Maybe different with that one, but yeah. Look, I want realistic rack gameplay while serving on board a military vessel. Y'all stop knocking the bedsheet stuff. Oh, Chris says freelancers in Star Citizen universe. I want civil war between the UEE and the Syria sector. No, unfortunately, because freelancers is owned by Microsoft, so they don't have that ability. But this is like Star Citizen is the spiritual successor of Freelancer, and and Squadron 42 is the spiritual successor of Wing Commander. Yeah, you're right, Paul. It was there was an update to live service just now for server degradation. Yeah. Yep. I don't know if that code works too much, so just definitely try to use my my link at the very least. If you're, by the way, if you're trying to do the factor stuff, well, it could be wrong. It's only half genre again. I think the bedsheet tech will unironically make hair even better, but if it's also a meme, yeah. How about alien characters and stuff? You ever get to play as one of those different types? CAG had said they planned on doing that. There it is. Speaking of, I think it's just delayed is what it is. Thank you again for those of you who are doing this. It does help a lot. Like, I don't think it's, they say I can't say it, but they pay me $50 for every time somebody does a factor subscription. So it's like, yeah, I'll take that. Especially for something I personally can vouch as good and have used before. Seriously, only talking about the company from Elite. No, that's from Freelancers. Serious Freelancer. Big time, Paul. Good for you. And they paid me a flat rate, so like they were going to pay me money for this stuff anyways. But it's like you pay, hey man, it's like I donated $50, and in return I got a week's worth of food. You didn't even donate it. You probably only paid less than $50 for it. Hey, you half sack. Like I said before, bedsheet physics plus rope physics equals stretchy cheese for pizza. Bedsheet physics plus rope physics means you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, baby. Disappointments in the bedroom. Let's go. What is Factor just got here? Exclamation point Factor if you want to do this. Factor is a meal service program. You can think of it kind of like frozen dinners, but like gourmet. It's not really gourmet. It's they use the same system. So a bunch of restaurants do. My family's been in the restaurant industry for a while. My dad worked in marketing and then owned his own restaurant and then his restaurant business failed. And then he went on to work back in marketing. But as a result, when I was a kid, I grew up around restaurants and that sort of thing as well, and work in the restaurant myself. But so a lot of chain restaurants use this system where they actually pre-prepare the meals that you have in a warehouse or kind of like in a big central location. And then they send those meals out individually to the restaurants. And then all that the restaurant has to do is just basically reheat that meal or just, do some light preparations to take it from where it was, because it's like basically pre-prepared. And then they can bring it right out for you to eat. So that means that it reduces the amount of time it takes for preparing. You don't need a professional cook, a professional chef to do it. So it cuts down on the kind of effort. What Factor does is effectively that, except for they cut out the restaurant and just give it to you. It's that sort of system. You get it. It's they're pretty good meals. They rotate the keep hitting this. They rotate the menu every week. You get a variety of different options, but you get this every week as long as you have a subscription with them. You get a certain number of meals every week that they pre-plan for you based off your decisions, but you can also change as you want to. So if you want to add more meals, take away meals, whatever, you're good. And you get them, you put them in your fridge, and they're good for 7 days. And all you got to do to prepare them is pop them out of the fridge, kind of ventilate them, take a little fork or a knife and kind of cut some holes in it, toss it in the microwave, put it on for 2 minutes, and you're good to go. No muss, no fuss. You can eat it directly out of the bowl. It's perfect. All you need is a fork. So if you're looking for food that's pretty good, it's all of the ingredients and all of the like nutrition information's on the back, so you know exactly what you're getting. Like the average meal that I got was less than 500 calories. But it was well-balanced meal in terms of like vegetables and meat and grains and stuff like that. So Po folks work like that. All their meals were pre-prepared. Yeah. Well, in fact, I've never owned a failing restaurant, probably because I've never owned a restaurant. Kind of like airline food. Kind of, yeah. But not bad airline food. It's pretty good. Oh, hey, Irritated. How you doing, buddy? Oh, I'd love to see a Mystery Machine skin for the freelancer. Oh, man, I'd love to see some capes. But I've used the system before, and like the only reason why I stopped subscribing to them in the past was not because they were bad, but because I couldn't work it into my budget. That was it. Like if I could have worked into my budget. Like if I had like $30 more than I currently have in terms of like budget per month, I would be still using them. They're that convenient. It's that good too. Those airline cookies, yeah. I was like, it's been shitty, but I'm better now. How about a Jurassic Park Jeep skin for the Cuddy? I'd love that. Oh, it'd be so fucking good. What do you think the next big step after 4.0 is? Beta. 4.0 is like it represents the last real hurdle for last real hurdle for kind of the tech that they need to put in there. I don't really see any other major tech milestone that they have to figure out until like quantum stuff, like the stuff to do with AI and the whole backend economy thing. But that's already done. That's in the game right now. It's just not fully integrated into all the systems. It only works for fuel, for hydrogen fuel, for quantum fuel, and repairs. It's the only thing that covers it right now. It also does the mission system around the combat missions. So. What's the most interesting landing zone in your opinion? I still think Toe Hill. I'm torn between Toe Hill and Castra. Then again, Keltu Reef is pretty good too. So like Toe Hill is a float, like it's a water. Toe Hill 3, I think, is entirely a water world, but it does have landable locations. The landable locations are not land though; they're not like dirt. It's botanical. So there are living islands in Toe Hill 3 that are made up of like old like roots and dead plant matter and other things like that. Or like living plant matter, actually, like that sort of stuff that people build a city on top of. So, which is pretty cool. And then the Castra, specifically Sherman, which is the landing zone, is an old military base, but it's built just above the clouds. So it's called the City of the Clouds, or the Island in the Sky, because you come into land and you land on top of a mountain, on top of this, like that looks out into this big cloud bank, because you can see because it's just above the cloud layer for it. So you look like it looks like it's just floating in the clouds. And the Castra itself is pretty beautiful. And then Keltu Reef, which is Hadrian, is a human version of an alien concept. The Banu have this concept called the flotilla. A flotilla is kind of like an ad hoc landing zone where you basically dock a bunch of ships together and then go between the different ships and trade. It's like a kind of a flexible space station. And a human who was, when she was a child, sold into slavery with the Banu, who had worked with the Banu as an interpreter and a translator, who eventually got her freedom, because the Banu do let you work off your debt, when she was like in her 30s. She eventually became a trader using all that information she had learned as in the Suli, and decided to create her own version of a flotilla. And she did this because Hadrian had a bunch of different abandoned space stations. So she bought a bunch of these abandoned space stations up and then pushed them together into a gigantic station. It's just basically lassoed together. And she called it Kelto, because Kelto is the Banu. I think it's Kelto. Kedzu. It's Kedzu, not Kelto. Kelto is another company. Kedzu Reef. She called it Kedzu, which is the Banu word for reef. Because when she saw all the stations put together, it reminded of her when she was in, I think, Nemo. When she was a child, she lived in a water world, and the reef in that water world were all these kind of weird kind of shapes. And so she called her station Kedzu after that, because it was the Banu word for, because she's fluent in Banu. But because it also means reef, humans started calling it Kedzu Reef, calling it reef, and also calling it Kedzu, and so eventually just became Kedzu Reef was the name of it. So it's literally named as Reef. So it's a pretty cool idea. So Kedzu Reef is Reef. Yes. I'm gonna start calling it 2 Reef. Torpenhow Hill in UK. Is Torpenhow just means hill? Oh, it's hill. There's a pic of an ocean planet that shows massive waves of part of the city. I think that's Nemo. Maybe Kano. Landing zones, Cartagena City. No. Maybe Nemo. That would be Ergo. Not the Ellis system. Maybe Ellis. No, not Killian. Helios. It's Helios. It's definitely Helios. This one? You're talking about this picture, right? This is Helios. So I can find it. There, the do.
To 5%, which is so it enjoyed its like 15 seconds of fame.
This right here. Ah, yes, Helios. An hour there is 7 years back on Earth. Let's wait for Star Citizen here. This is what you're talking about, right? The prisoner? Yeah, I think this is the one you're talking about, because I remember the statue being a big one. They have a giant statue of Helios in there, which is weird. The Helios system actually has the main Tangora's landing zone is called Mariana, and the station above it is called Hephaestus Station. And it's actually a military base. There's also the Lingora Iron Chateau and Camp Murdoch. An old naval base turned into a shipyard. Is Helios in Squadron 42? It might be. I don't think so, though, because there's mentions of it in that it's part of Odin. It's near Odin, I believe. No, it's Charon, Tenaris, and some other stuff like that. I saw some mention in here of Odin. Remnants of Odin 1. There we go. They were stunned to realize that Daybreak Marauders had discovered this a particularly effective route through the remnants of Odin, discovered a jump point. I don't think it has a jump point to Odin, though. Question: How's the Vamp movie? How was Renfield? Renfield was as cheesy as I expected it to be. I would say it was mostly good. It was as bad as I anticipated it being, and I don't mean that in like a negative way. I was not expecting it to be amazing. The action scenes were really, really good, though. Let me put it this way: have you seen Robot Chicken or Moral Oral? If you've enjoyed both of those things, then that is where the director got his start. He actually helped make the original Moral Oral and Robot Chicken, was a writer and creator for Robot Chicken. You got to go for shoot. Oh. What? I'm not caught up properly. Paul, the release of 318 do, Paul. They did it tonight, Paul. Why did they do this, Paul? Man, I don't know why CIG does these things, Logan. Don't ask me these questions. I wasn't anticipating it either. I thought CIG was going to wait until next week. I was so surprised as you are. They want to have devs there in case it went tits up. Yeah. Have a good night there, Target Drone. You saw Renfield too, Bo? Yeah, it's a fun movie. I would say the weakest part about the Renfield movie was the lady cop. Like, her acting is all over the place. She's not that good of an actor. I'll say that. Everyone else in that, it's great. Are you a fan of The Expanse? Would you like to see Avasarala as a crime boss? She fucking nails it, as always, because she's that good of an actress. I was not expecting to see her in the film. I'm like, ah! So, yeah. A less legitimate crime boss. She hams it up. It's like, do you want to see Nicolas Cage be the hammiest Dracula you have ever seen? And it is secretly a movie about a relationship, about a toxic relationship. It is secretly they are not even joking when they say like, oh, you know, he goes to therapy. It is about, and they even have a conversation in the film. Dracula and Renfield have a conversation about their toxic relationship where Dracula, I think Dracula gaslights him. Like, straight up gaslights him at one point. It was great. He did great. And Nicholas Hoult did good too. He was fantastic in it. Yeah, and we got a lot of memes out of Vampire's Kiss. That's why. It is a movie that does not take itself seriously. It is off the wall, insane. It's got crazy action choreography. But it really drives that home. They never like, it doesn't really wink and nod to the audience. It's still very like, it is camp, and they play up that camp, and it's fantastic for it. There's one of the baddies in 24. There we go. But that actress, I cannot pronounce her name for the life of me. I know she's Persian, right? She's in Star Trek. Like, she's in like a tons of different of shows and movies. She's just great. She's just like, yeah. Let me look up her name. Shohreh? Is that how you say her name? Aghdashloo. Oh, I didn't know she was nominated for an Oscar. This actress. Oh yeah, Chris McKay also did the Lego Batman movies. So if you like the Lego Batman movies, you like the humor in that, very similar. Thank you for subscribing there, irritated considerably. She's a good Marvel actor. Yeah, she's in... Who is she in Marvel? I think she's been a couple of things in Marvel, hasn't she? You know, House of Sand and Fog doesn't... I don't remember that. 2003. Oof. Yeah, she was Admiral Rand in Mass Effect. Yeah, of the Quarian fleet. Yeah, it's a Backend issue. Irradiated. That's what I'll change my name to. Yeah, irritated considerably. I like the irradiated considerably. Another story they could have done more with is that Awesome was the Magicians. I kind of didn't enjoy that as much, but Ten Rings, Shang-Chi. She was the cop. Okay. Let me in. You don't want to right now. Trust me, Zell. She was also in the Punisher TV show. I'm 33, and I have a crush on that woman. You're 3 years younger than me? Huh. She is very attractive, and she's like 5 times my age, I'm sure. I have a 51, and I have a crush on that woman. She's one of those women you take a look at it, and she's like, you're probably older than you look, and you look like you're in your early 40s. I just found out 318-2 is out. How is it? Not good right now. I've heard some people having issues with the character creator, and people were having issues with back-end control stuff. But I'm 85, and I too. I wouldn't be surprised. I know my metrics there, Futz. There's also the voice of Gozer in Ghostbusters Afterlife. Oh. She's an actress. She's a working actress. You find her in fucking everything. They actually took me back 1 to 2 minutes to allow me to proceed and choose my starting location. You haven't heard? I mean, I think Expanse fans. I mean, she's one of the main characters in The Expanse. Avasarala, you know, Christian Avasarala. She has that, yeah, she's one of those actresses who will never change her voice. You'll never hear do any kind of accent, because the second you hear her, you're like, yeah, I know who that is. She was the one who was constantly swearing in The Expanse. Everyone was like the old lady who was constantly swearing. Though in the books, she plays up the old, and like it's a good casting, but she is not at all she's a completely different Christiana Avasarala. Yeah. Like the books make her out to be this nice old, looking like a nice old grandma. And they kind of talk about that, but it's like she does not look like a grandma in that series. The old woman in lavish clothes and head of state and cusses like a longshoreman. Yes. This is one who's like, I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's the character she plays. But she was in the last Star Trek movie. She played one of the admirals in the Board of Admirals. It was like Jim, fucking don't do this shit. Yeah, she was Commodore Paris. Oh, she was Commodore Paris. Which I found funny because I remember that she's like, oh, so she's the great grandmother of Tom Paris. Oh, she's in Destiny 2. She was Lakshmi 2 in Destiny 2. She was Farah Madini in the Punisher TV series. Admiral Shalaran. She was Grayson in the Arcane TV series. Just working actress. Working actress. When can we get her into Star Citizen, CIG? They should make a great senator in Star Citizen. She'd be fantastic as the head of the advocacy. She'd be a great head of the advocacy. So 142, episode 2, she's an admiral. She always has that commanding presence that, like, you need to listen to me. But that kind of, she always has, every role she plays, she has that kind of subtle air of, I know what I'm doing, listen to me. Oh yeah, like one of the high command, like the head of the Navy, the Army, or the Marines. Make her the head of the Marines. People would like it because she was Admiral Ron Vastonby, you know, from Mass Effect. Like, people would recognize the voice instantly. I've gone through her filmography. God damn. She was even in Matlock. She was in 24. Yeah, she was in 12 episodes. She was in ER. She was in Will and Grace. She was in X-Men: The Last Stand. She was in Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants 2. She was in The Simpsons. She was in Flash Forward, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3. She was in House, Law and Order SVU, Portlandia, Percy Jackson, Bones, Destiny, Destiny 2. She was in The Last Night. She was in Elementary. She was Commodore Paris in Star Trek Beyond. She was in Ghostbusters Afterlife. She was in The Expanse. She was in the Archer series. And she's also coming up in, she's in Assassin's Creed Mirage, the video game. She's also in a couple other ones. So she's in fucking everything. Yeah. She started when I was 4. Yeah, her first movie was 1974. Chess of the Wind, Lady's Maid. And then 77 and 78, and then 89. And then she was in Matlock in 1990. I imagine that those first 3 were probably Persian films, because I think she's from Iran. And then moved over to the United States in 89, because she's in Guests of the Hotel Astoria in 1989. And then from there, she's pretty much working every year, doing a TV show or a movie every year from then until today. Like literally in 2006 alone, she worked in 7 movies or 7 shows, 3 of which were TV shows. She played a really reoccurring role as well in a TV show. Literally every year she's had a job. She likes to work. I call it's a thing I've learned to call working actors. They're actors you see in everything. You may not know their name. You're like, I recognize that actor. Often comedians do this because they get paid. Like, they're going to get money. When are we going to stop with these Assassin's Creed games? When they stop making money. That's what. She doesn't have a huge amount of VO work. I mean, Mass Effect and Destiny, a reoccurring role in Destiny is pretty amazing. Like, both of those games are pretty well known. So in Destiny, she plays the leader of the Future War Cult. She's the EXO leader of the Future War Cult. 318.2 is live. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Hey, Paul, with PES bringing more corpses than ever to the Star Citizen universe, do you think that it's time to bring in an organ harvesting gameplay loop? Blaz? They confirmed that. It's already in production. I can't remember where it was confirmed. In like a Star Citizen Live or a monthly report, but they actually have confirmed that. They don't know when or how, but it's something that they said we're working on it. I think it was in regards to the question of what are we going to do with all these bodies that are piling up. One of the developers said, "Well, we are working on organ gameplay." Lakshmi is dead, not because she tried to kill all the friendly aliens, kind of space Nazi vibe. Okay, I don't know who associated with the particular Guardian class. She's also a representative of the Future War Cult and sells a variety of armor and nibbles. I thought she was still, is she dead along with other people? I haven't been paying attention to Destiny's lore, so. The Star Citizen will have like corpses burning. I'm pretty sure there will be some sort of disposal for sure. You think they'll have gameplay to recycle corpses and respawn goo? Probably not respawn goo, but I'm sure there'll be some sort of recycling going on. You think it could apply to corpses, or could it apply to apprehended persons in like Bounty Hunter version 2? I don't think you're going to be able to do surgery to remove organs from captured bounty targets. Oh yeah, I just looked up the Destiny wiki. Yeah, she died. She's dead. Yeah, Destiny 2 seems to be going, like, its story seems to be wrapping up finally, which is nice. What I'm seeing on the wikis is said that she was killed in a Vex invasion of the last city during the season of the Splicer. What do you think Whammer burgers are made out of? So no falling asleep in your apartment and waking up at Grimhex minus liver? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. What do you think the refineries run on? Power plants? Nah, dude, corpses. By the way, if y'all are following, if y'all use the Tiki-Takis and you're looking, I am on TikTok. I'm going to be using it more often. But if you're looking for someone who covers Star Citizen stuff on TikTok, Bo is in chat right now. Bo Talks Gaming. Bo does a lot of TikTok stuff there when there is news. So follow them on TikTok. I always like to bring it up because I like to spread out a little bit more. She caused the Vex invasion. Okay. So Destiny 2 will never wrap up. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Destiny 2 comes to an end and then they have a Destiny 3. Paul, you just said Tiki-Takis and I nearly started out my coffee. Thank you for making me so jolly. Hey, thank you. Whoever just got a factor box. It's $150. Thank you. Could imagine being a corpse collector. By the way, exclamation point factor in both chats. If you're interested, I can go over the spiel in a bit, but I'm old. I'm not up to date on the Insta-Talk. It's not bad. It's not really my thing as much as I get why people use it, but I tend to like my content focused, if that makes sense. Like if I was to use TikTok more, I'd have to train the algorithm to let me use it properly. To like go through and figure out what it is. Like I use YouTube Shorts a lot, and it's effectively TikTok but slightly different. But I'm the old fart that comes to the point like, hey, I want to see this content. Like I'm here to look at 40K stuff or spooky stories or conspiracy theories or painting tutorials or Halo lore or Star Wars news, whatever, like any number, makeup tutorials, freaking slow, like lo-fi beats, whatever. I go to look for content that I want to see. TikTok is much more generated towards finding content you don't realize you want. You didn't realize you wanted. But that's annoying as shit. So it's harder for me to do that. Next year's the last expansion for Destiny 2, the final shape. The game is evolving, but they've said there won't be a 3. So I recognize the value in TikTok, especially as for somebody who's just looking for content. If you want to consume content, there's great ways of finding like-minded people with interesting information and content on there. But at the same time, it's $150. That sounds like a few Warhammer Flask of crack we had with that. I have responsible budgeting, of course. Well, Dibbly, so pretty much what I've been doing is, as much as I can, any sponsorship deals I get for this goes to my family. So it helps us pay off debts. It helps us, it helps like me and my wife go out to have, dinner, that sort of thing. So that's why I've been taking them more often when I can, when they show up, especially ones that I like. So, but again, as I said, I actually like Factor. I've used it myself. It's fantastic service. And if you are somebody who doesn't like to cook a lot, but you want good meals, you don't want to spend a lot of money going out to eat. You don't like to go spend a lot of money on fast food, and you're also like me, I don't want to go out of the house. I just got home from work. I don't want to go back out and go get more food and then come back or go out and eat and deal with all the other people. I want a home cooked meal or something like a home cooked meal, but I don't want to put the effort in because I just don't have the time or the desire. This is perfect. And I know that sounds like really niche. I don't think it's that niche. I think a lot of us are like that. It's incredibly convenient for that. And because they rotate the meals out and you can choose the meals every week for whatever you want from their list of menu, it's fantastic. It's 2 minutes in the microwave and you're done. It's great. Please never do a raid sponsorship. I have done one raid sponsorship and I wasn't too bad, but I haven't done one since then. They came up to me and said, hey, we'll pay you, I think it was $300 for, no, it was less than $300. It was like $100 or something like that for it. No, it was like $300 at first. And I'm like, I don't know, it's raid. It's not really my brand. And then they said, okay. And then they came back and said, hey, we'll pay you $250 for this. It's like, you're just lowering it now because I didn't take it immediately. So I took it and they paid okay, but they were like 90 days late. This is like, I don't know if I'll work with those people anymore. But then the same company does Mech Arena, and I took their sponsorship and they paid me on time. I got paid yesterday, so 2 days ago for them. I've been using Empty Plate for like 70 weeks. Meal delivery services are cool. I'm hungry now. I can't sign up because I don't have to. They don't deliver here. Sorry, Shingo. Stream Raiders? No, I don't think that was the one. I still play Mech Arena thanks to you. It isn't bad. It's fun. I play it every so often. It shows what you want to search for, interact with, and see what your content more too. One of the things I did was spam followed every specialist recruiter I could find, and then tagged the crap out of my vids with relevant tags, instant audience. Yeah, it's if you're a content creator, it's fantastic. If you're a user, it can take some time getting used to, but it's very. It's selective. You take some time to get to start. So that used to be the standard half sack, 90 days. Basically, 60 days from when the deal was finished. So usually it's like you finish it, and then usually between a week or a month for the sponsorship, and then 60 days after the last day you're done. So it's about 90 days. Not the code, the game of the company. I don't remember the company who, because it wasn't the company itself that sponsored. It was a separate third-party group that sponsored it. The link will take you to the company site. It does. That factor link does take you to the company site, but it's using my code. That's why it has the exclamation point, TheAstroPub. So if you purchase it while you using that link, if you click the link and you go through the process, I get credit for you signing up for it. Yeah, 9 days is not unusual to get paid. Fairly normal for commercial businesses. Yeah, 60, 90. But the exclamation point factor is that I put out there. I swear by it. And if you want to just get like a 4-meal pack, it can be a little expensive for the smaller ones. They want you to get the more numerous ones, but you do have 50% off coupon with that link, I believe. And if you don't use that, if you don't get that 50% off right away, you can use the factor SE 365.35. Paul, I'm very hungry. You know a good website where I can get food and quick meals, preferably using a code that can give you money? Thank you, Halfsack. Exclamation point factor. I'm going to do another stream with them where I'll when the actual meals come in. So on next Wednesday or next Thursday, we'll do this again where I'll come in and I'll unbox the meals and I'll show you what everything is and stuff like that. Oh, is it? Thank you, QPen. Buddy, bedlogged. Now he can't get back into the game. Just infinite loading screen. Did you update the game? Because there's new patch. Is that on Twitch's dashboard? Is that where it's misspelled? Is the link on the side next to your bio? Oh, I think it's Twitch. I don't know if that's me. I think that's Twitch. That's not surprising. I always hate going back to my Patreon. So I'm currently in a situation where a lot of folks have decided to delete their Patreon. It's not unusual. A lot of people get really hyped on the game and want to do a lot of cool stuff. And when this game hits a kind of a slow spot, or if people get not as hyped about it, they cut through. And a lot of people are also going through some other things. It's not really a complaint. It's more of a it's frustrating to see it because you go like, is it me? Is it something that's happening on their end? How can I fix this? So, but while Patreon's been going down, Twitch and the other things have been going up a little bit more. So, servers are overloaded, yeah, because everyone kind of goes in there. That's why I always say wait a little bit. When will people learn to never bedlog? I mean, it's kind of a huge part of the game, Andrew. Thank you, Sandy. It's not a huge issue, but like I went from almost $600 to a month to almost like $480 a month, which is rough to see in a month, that drop. It's like, ow. I love the bedlog, but constant 30Ks are stopping me from playing. This feels worse than 318.1. Probably because it is going to be. Yeah, I've been taking a break from the game. Well, a lot of people do that. Like, a lot of people get really invested in the game early on, and then they kind of tear back a little bit because they're like, I don't know if I really like this, and stuff, so. I do not work for CIG. I don't know who said it, but it's not true. CIG does give me free ships every now and then. And so this is the weird part. I know a lot of fucking people from CIG by accident. By accident. A lot of people who work at CIG, I would venture to guess upwards of half of the people who are at the company right now are former fans of the game. Like, the head of ship development, I think, for the LA office was one of the dudes who competed in the next great starship contest. He's like leading the ship development team now. He was in a contest. So there's a joke I've made where if you want to work for CIG and you watch me, there's a high likelihood that you'll get a job at CIG. I don't know why or how, but it fucking happens. I'll have somebody who's been hanging out in the chat for a couple of months, and then like 2 or 3 months, they disappear for like 2 or 3 months, and they come back and like, hey, what's up, Paul? By the way, I work for CIG now. It's like, fucking shit, another one. It's happened. L1, yeah, thank you. It's happened more times than I can count. You don't actually do CIG customer service, do you, Bo? You don't actually work for CIG, do you? I like seeing the waves of people join and overgrind and then go to Reddit, say the game's broken, like it's tsunami. Lucas said they got 250,000 subscribers, applications last year. Damn. You can't, you do not, yeah. Misk has the whole line of Tana ships. Yeah, what was going on? Do you think Misk will have a light or medium fighter? Yeah, it's called the Fury. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely going to be a fighter. I don't know what kind of fighter. Lucas from HR and an SEL. It's a larger Reliant. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a human version of, like, the Suntuk Yai. Yeah, it could be, because, yeah, the god of vengeance and stuff, yeah. Like a bounty hunting ship. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bounty hunting ship, because we do not have a lot of bounty hunting ships. We have, it sounds like we do, but we don't. We have the Hawk and the Stalker, the Avenger Stalker. And I think that's it. Are there any other bounty ships with, like, cargo, with cryopods? The Cuddy Blue and the Cuddy Blue, yeah. 3. And 2 of them are variants. So a dedicated, larger bounty hunting ship would be right up the alley for what we need. I think it's going to be pretty cool when we can incapacitate players and handcuff them and maybe take them to a cell. I mean, that's bounty hunting version 1. And the Saber's okay. It's a lot of ships are in a weird place right now. So yeah. No, Mantis doesn't have cryo. All right, I'm going to go get something to drink. And when I come back, we'll get started with going in a deep dive through the progress tracker. So we're going to look at the roadmap roundup. We're going to go through the progress tracker and look at every single thing that's updated. I'm going to do a kind of a more overview version for the progress tracker for the changes. But yeah, because this is a newer thing I've been doing for the capsules for that one. What about a Buccaneer? It's okay. Like the problem is that the ship meta is so heavily favored to light fighters right now that anything that's not the Gladius is probably not going to do well. The Arrow is okay, but I think it's the Gladius, and that's about it. But if you're looking just for a fun ship to fly that does okay in like PvE context, yeah, you pick any ship. Pretty much any ship will do okay. The Buccaneer, the Vanguard, the Saber, whatever. They're all okay. We're just talking Sabers, like the different fighters in general. I'll be polite and wait for him to walk away. Thank you. All right. Be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to turn on some music as well while you all are... hold on.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Be right back.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all.
Stop it. All right. I added music, yes. Stop it. You're done with it. It's over. No more fun. Who's this one? Sir Clonta, this is not the place for that. That's what was my point, my man. All right, buddy. Just chill out. You can make whatever comments you want later. Like, it's one thing to come in and be like, hey, yo, let's talk about stuff. But, Cyclonta, if you're still here, if you are, congratulations, you have more patience than I do. But this is not a forum for complaints or a place to report bugs. This is a live stream where we're talking about news and updates. You're having a hard time? Yeah, I get it. You mentioned it once, and you had a little bit of a conversation. We said something, we talked a little bit, and then we moved on. But like, dude, read the room. We've moved on. We're not talking about that. Talking about other things. If this was a show right now where we're talking about the issues with 318 or the issues with the Connie, yeah, that would make sense. But that's kind of like going up into a conversation where people are talking about, I don't know, like fly fishing, and then trying to get them to talk about politics or science. Like, they might be interested, or just like, oh, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. It's like, oh, but science does, because fish biology. It's like, it's not even in the same topic. This isn't a forum for that. If you want to go find somewhere else for it, feel free. And this goes for everybody. If you want to go place where somebody is listening to you complain about the game, go ahead. I'm not really here for that. That's it. Put the connie away, pull it back out, try the snub again. If your issue's not being not being to get into the seat. You need to download 0.2. I wouldn't play it right now. It's not in a good position. Apparently they're pushing a hotfix, so. Yeah, it's interesting. We're going to talk about it here in a moment. The backend's always rough when they release a new patch. That's why I tend to not try to jump straight in. Every time I do, it bites me in the ass. But apparently it's particularly bad because they had to push a hotfix. Can't wait to see the HUD changes. They've been talking about it a lot. The Squad 42 stuff specifically, they've been explicitly talking about the HUD and how it relates to the MFDs and the scanning tech and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, I got hooked in No Man's Sky. Please send help. When is the salvage arm going to be working? Which, you mean the claw? The claw is probably not going to be working until they get the hole munching in, which is maybe 320, probably later though. The claw. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that makes sense now. Oofy hours. What do you think about Morph's tweet regarding territory control being a major focus in the future? 100% agree. CIG is 100% focusing towards that direction. Because of the way that Reputation's being developed. Yeah. I mean, they've even mentioned it in the monthly report that they were working on like kind of the lore aspects behind gang control. And like how would gangs respond to different people entering their territory and such. No Man's Sky rocks. It's my chill version of Star Citizen. You can totally dig both. I do. No, I know that. I don't know. I didn't mean to imply that if I did. It just I'm a beta backer for Elite. So like I've played I bought No Man's Sky on day one and still have it. I just haven't played a lot of them in a long time. I haven't played Elite in a long time. Hell, I'm an original Kickstarter of Everspace 2. Like I'm one of the first like 400 people who backed that game. And I still haven't played it, and I still want to play it, but... The Ice Polaris work is extended to... Do you think it'll be released? Probably. I'm going to play Spaceborne 2. One of the things I need to do is I need more time, and this is a really terrible time for me for work, because it's major testing time for Texas, so a lot of schools are doing what's called the STAR test, which is their comprehensive tests for elementary and secondary, primary and secondary school education. So they shut down the school for days, sometimes to run these tests. So this week and next week are just dead for me. It's physically exhausting because, it's emotionally exhausting, emotionally draining, I should say, because it's the point where if something goes wrong, like if a kid manages to sneak through a phone and gets caught, I'm in trouble for not noticing, for not frisking the kid at the door before they walked into the place. And I'm not even testing kids that I have. I'm testing random kids because they need people to cover other people in a building, sort of thing. So as a result, my mind, that's why I said, someone said, how's your week? I'm like, it's kind of shitty. It's kind of shitty. So once I get a little bit more time to myself, other than, you know, that I'm not focusing on that sort of thing, I think I'll be fine. I'm ready for the next Atlas just to be a flatbed truck. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've been testing it for a while. Xenothreat's coming back. Yes, I'm going to do Xenothreat if it comes out tomorrow. Y'all can join me if you need to. If you're willing to. Can I not choose which monitor my game displays on? I don't know. I've had issues with display sizing. Like, I've got a 1440 monitor, but I can't get my game to run on 1440. It can only run at 1080. I think you have to, whatever your primary monitor is, what it defaults to. So you may have to run it in, like, windowed mode and then move the window over or something like that. Morning. Good morning to you, Deteriox. I'm okay. Yes, I'm a teacher. I teach. I'm a social studies teacher, which is why I like doing lore stuff. Defense team. Yes. Oh, talking about space games. Have you guys played Hard Space Shipbreaker? I bought it when it was early access. I like that game. Love that game. Right about hacking, Star Citizen will be able to be like a mini game to open doors, etc. Yeah, I think it's going to get a little bit more depth, but yeah. Have I taught anti-social studies? You mean science? Yes, I have. I'm with the science team. That's good. I got a hotel full of young farmers, 77 rooms of them. Fuck my life. Ouch. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. I get that reference. With Windows 11, I have to choose my main display as the side monitor to get the taskbar off main screen so that it sets screens with it. Gosh darn. Yeah, I think you can run it. I think I've been able to trick it in the past where I can drag it to the right screen in windowed mode and then go to settings and change it to windowed borderless mode, and then it'll fix that. I think it'll go into that screen. Is anti-social studies actually a non-state propaganda studies? Any recommendations for history or science, social science YouTubers? Mini Minute Milo is a newer YouTuber, but he's an archaeologist and an anthropologist. There's another one who I would suggest would be... Aunt Shay Films is another good U.S. historian. If you like military history and you like a little bit of comedy and memes with your military history and a little bit of modern commentary, Laserpig is a good choice. They do a lot of like videos on tanks and war and that kind of cool stuff. Obviously, Extra History is a good one. It's a more simplified one. Oversimplified is another great one if you want to hear some oversimplified stuff. Aunt Shay is pretty good. Scott Manley is good for science, but Scott Manley doesn't do a lot of social science stuff. I found Milo the other day. Milo's great. If Paul was my teacher in high school, I probably wouldn't have lost my way into graduation and joined the army in my youth. I wouldn't put that. No, don't put that on me. You probably still would have. You just would have been like, God, my teacher sucks. On top of it. World War II does a good week-by-week review. If you want a good Star Citizen social studies, Astro Historian's a great channel. I agree. You like reading books? I do. I don't have enough time for it, so I tend to listen to audiobooks more often these days. Let me put up the one that I'm listening to right now. I keep forgetting the name of it. So, if you're looking at history stuff, the one that I have is The Revolutionary, Samuel Adams by Stacy Schiff. It's what I've been listening to. It's the life story of Samuel Adams. I listened to one on the French Revolution a couple of months ago. I can't remember the name on it though. And then I've listened. There's a podcast that I listened to which talks about the complete history of Japan that I've been going through as well. So. Read The Revolutionary by Samuel L. Jackson. Oh, that's the other one. History of Civilization. I think that's the name of it. Fall of Civilizations? Yes, The Fall of Civilizations. Fall of Civilizations is another fantastic YouTube series. They talk about the Bronze Age collapse, Roman Britain, the Mayans. I like their Bronze Age collapse ones, and the other one I really enjoyed was the Sumerians. Was a good one. And the Han Dynasty, and they're currently working on the Byzantium. That's a couple of stuff like that. I don't know if they actually. Oh gosh, they haven't made a video in a very long time. Last video, 9 days ago. Yeah, they did a couple of them. Yeah, they're still making stuff. I just haven't. They're like the videos like 2 hours long. I haven't gotten through a lot of them. Have a good night there, Outlaw Night. If you like military history, the song forms Sabaton and Sabaton history are great. Yeah, Fall of Civilizations. Yeah, that's the one. How do you think persistent hangers will be implemented in Star Citizen? Cell roadmap update about it. So, there are two possibilities in my mind. The first possibility for persistent hangers is the sleight of hand trick, where you land your ship in a hangar And then the hangar bay closes, and when it closes, you magically become its own hangar, and it's just completely removed from reality of the universe. It becomes its own kind of sectioned area. And then you get to your elevator, and you go back to the main lobby, and then when you call your elevator, you call your elevator back to your ship, and you can go and leave. But when that door closes, when someone else goes to land, that door may open back up and your hangar is gone. And they land, and basically each time a ship lands and the hangar door closes, that hangar becomes its own instance separated from that actual physical location. That's the easier way, which I'm not too sure CIG will do, because it becomes kind of complicated when you do things like loading and unloading and storage and those sorts of things. So I would believe that more than likely what CIG will do, this is, again, I have no evidence to back this up. This is other than, circumstantial. I believe what will happen is that CIG, that you'll land your ship in a hangar, and then you will, like a launch hangar, and then you will set, I'm going to store my ship. And you call the ATC to store your ship. The ship will descend on that pad. The pad will kind of open, will sort of go down like an elevator hangar or like an Elite Dangerous hangar, and then it will disappear. And then the hangar will close up on top of it. So another will close up and become useful again. And then your ship will then magically reappear at a personal hangar, kind of a storage hangar, where you can, do all the things, store all your stuff, and so on and so forth. And then when you want to launch that ship again, you call the ATC to have it move to a launch bay, and then it goes to the launch bay, and then you get out of the bay. I think that's more likely because that allows for still a transition, but you could physicalize those locations and still kind of hide those locations, but it's a little bit different. When I binge your lore videos, is there a right order to listen to them as you envision? I know some playlists seem to have backwards and desired order. Not really. I mean, the only one I would say is there's only one specific one that I would say, which would be the Complete History of Star Citizen Lore. That has the right order. But that's episode part 1, 2, and 3. It's already labeled, so. Like a pocket universe, yeah. Would that require server meshing? Possibly. But I don't think we're going to see cargo bays or that sort of thing until we get server meshing. It's not in 319. So if it's not in 319, it could be in 320, but we need Carvana. Yeah. Why did the UE go back to representing themselves after the Roman Empire? Like an imperator. After the Measure didn't think they want to get more reorganized the government. They've actually answered this question a couple of times. But the answer is, you think they got rid of the Measures because they wanted to reform the government? My friend, and this is not a jab at you. This is for everyone. You don't realize this is not a good place. The Star Citizen universe is a dystopia. The reason why they got rid of the Measures wasn't because they wanted to get rid of the Empire. It's because they wanted to get rid of the idiots who'd been driving the Empire into the ground. They liked the Empire. They liked the control the Empire gave them. They liked all of the benefits of the Empire, especially the elites who got to choose who gets to join them through the citizenship program, because you're not entitled to vote unless you become a citizen. And you're not guaranteed citizenship if you are a member of the, military. You can join the military and not be eligible to become a citizen. You still have to argue why you should become a citizen for that. It's not automatic. So, and then you have the right to vote in like federal elections. There are people who were part of that revolution who wanted to reform the system. They actually created a system through what they were calling the Government Modernization Act, or the GMO, or GMA. Yeah, the GMA. The GMA, which they were trying to pass. The problem was that part of this whole process was to move the capital from Seoul, from Earth, to Terra. And that scared the fuck out of the companies and all of the influencers, like the powerful movers and shakers who were still in charge in Seoul did not want to see their power get moved to Terra. So they began to spike this by paying off and convincing people that the move would cause massive economic downturns and people would lose their jobs. So a lot of people got angry and started protesting it. Other peoples were counter-protesting this, saying they wanted the GMA. Other people said we wanted to keep the empire because, you know, they had effectively, the UEE had been around at that point for 400 years. And a lot of people hated the Mezzers, not the empire. And it was getting to the point where there was enough tensions that a civil war was brewing between the two sides. And the first imperator of this new UEE, the first imperator who helped overthrow the Mezzers, basically said, we're not going into a fucking civil war right after we fought a revolution. So they backed out and they dropped they didn't back out, but they forced the vote to happen, even though they knew they would lose, and they lost. So they still made some renovations, but that is still there. It's been burned into the psyche of the UEE. And it's the reason why the transitionalist party exists. They still want to create the GMO, or the GMA, because they want to create what's called the Democratic Stellar Union, which is a much more democratic, much more less service-based, but they're not popular. They're like the smallest of the three parties. So hopefully that makes sense, though. Even at Measure, Rome as a role model is just odd. Rome didn't fail the Republic. The Republican failed the Romans. Yes. So it's important to note that the concept of Star Citizen starts at the end of the Roman Empire. That's the idea. It's not space Rome. That was the beginning. It's like the Xi'an is supposed to be the space Han dynasty, and the Banu are supposed to be the space Bedouins or the space Arabs, and the Tavaran are supposed to be the space version of the Carthaginians or the Gauls. But as the lore began to get fleshed out more, all of that changed. So we start to see it's not a direct one-to-one representation. They started to separate and change some things. But the concept that Earth is Rome and Terra is Constantinople, that's where that is still. Okay, but Wicked is booked with watching your videos on the history of Star Citizen. So they're decadent empires. Everything is going to fall. The universe of Star Citizen is going to fail. Like, as much as the Xi'an Empire seems like it's at a very high power, it's the Han Dynasty, and it's the second century, motherfuckers. Are you ready for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Star Citizen Edition? In this case, federal means UEE representatives, imperators, and senators. And what's Space Athens and Space Sparta? Probably Redder and Magnus. Foundation Pad's good trick. Yeah. Star Citizen is a dystopia. The world is going to fail. The government of the UEE is on a downward spiral. They're fighting an expensive, unwinnable war against a species which has no government, has no means of conquering them without complete genocide. And it's a species that actually not grows in strength, but grows in number the more you fight them. The Vanduul actively seek conflict, because that's how they decide who's the better and bigger of the clans, of the groups. So if there's a war going on, more find out, they will come with their own bands of war bands to come in and try to get in on the spoils and get in on a good fight. People have compared them to 40k orcs, and it's very similar to that. But their whole society is based off of might makes right. It's all about conflict. So the more that the humans punch back against the Vanduul, the more the Vanduul will come back with more forces to fight the humans. It's an unwinnable war. Yeah, senators also, yeah, Sol has like 5 senators, Terra has like 3. It's depending on population. Yeah, exactly. They're fighting against a locust swarm. The Xi'an Emperor has no heir. And he is getting to the age where he needs to retire or he will die soon. And he has no legitimate heir. When his mother took the throne, was in a similar situation, and there was active conflict. Like almost a civil war that happened because of it. Yeah, his mom. The current emperor of the Xi'an, Emperor Krei, his mother was the first of the Krei line of the new age, this current age of the empire for the Xi'an. Xi'an lived 600 years. We have Paul's anime poster girls. It's a start. Hey. Will the Banu help? Yeah, they will, for a price. Everything's for a price with the Banu. That's not to mention that the actual freaking Tevarin are about to have their own little mini civil war over what the future of the Tevarin are. Do they go with the Tevarin who have left the UEE and are trying to reclaim their old identity as what they were originally? Or the Tevarin who stick with the UEE, who want to adapt their old ways into the new ways to kind of reform their old religious beliefs into a new generation, to become part of the UEE and actively try to support the UEE and overwhelmingly influence the UEE by effectively turning all of the Tevarin into soldier species. All of them, as many of them as possible, joining the UEE military, becoming overrepresented in the UEE military, which means that they have more citizenship possibilities, which means they have more of a voting bloc, or they have more of an outsized influence on elections. The Gauls, the Vanduul have a single leader to unite them. No, but there are some leaders in the Vanduul who have been rising through the ranks and gathering larger forces. One of them was responsible for the attack on Vega. And let's just say it's a plot point in Squadron 42. Emperor Krei? Yeah. We, the player base, could function as peacemakers, but let's be honest, we won't. That's the thing. The reason why you want a dystopia, you want the Star Citizen universe to be a dystopia, is because in these times, in times like this in history, where shit's just fucked, often it is one person or a small group of people who will make the biggest difference in history. Shit was fucked in the early 1900s. All it took was a couple of, I think, Serbian nationalists to assassinate an archduke. Not even like a leader, but like the brother of a leader of a country, to cause World War fucking I. It was mostly a failure of an attempt. Yeah. One man lit himself on fire and caused like multiple nations in the Middle East to fall during the Green Revolutions. Was that because that one man lit himself on fire? That is the only reason why those happened? No, but that was the catalyst that started the Green Revolutions throughout the Middle East. Sometimes it takes like one action done by one person or a small group of people in a seemingly innocuous way to completely kick over the house of cards that has been created by everybody else. Immolated himself, yeah. Honestly, if it wasn't him, it would have been something else. It probably would have. The point being is that it's always something. And in these sorts of precarious positions where like things aren't quite as solid as they should be, all it takes is one thing, one push to start those dominoes falling. Like it happens all the time in history. And that's why it's a perfect backdrop to set a game that you want players to have a huge outsized impact on the game. You know? Yeah, Utopia would be pretty dull, yeah. It even happens in video game fandoms, yeah. We are living in interesting times, as the old Chinese proverb says. Did you see a more space trash video? He has kind of worried about the aesthetic of the game. A trash heap on landing pads is just unappealing. Do you think the SRB will solve that? Perhaps clean debris? I haven't seen that, but it's going to happen. It's going to get cleaned up at some point. The issue is right now, CIG isn't focused on the aesthetics or the immersion of the fact. Eventually, you'll have there will be some sort of cleanup process, either for players or for the NPCs. But that's a process that's done by other teams, and it's not important until later, effectively. Well, that art professor who denied that Austrian guy changed a lot. I mean, there's that too. So did the gas attack on his trench in World War I, yeah. But again, we're talking about modern history, but it's something that's happened a lot. So that's the interesting part about the Star Citizen, like why Star Citizen lore is interesting, to constantly tell people it is a dystopia. Like the UEE is not the good guys. They are not. They portray themselves as the good guys because the perspective of the universe is written from their perspective. But anyone who's followed, say, the 40K universe knows that everything is written from the perspective of the Imperium. But the Imperium is a lot more overt in their not the good guy stance. The UEE isn't the good guys, but they do a real good job of hiding it. Because they don't want people to think they're the bad guys. And, you know, it's not like all of the people, the leaders of the UEE Senate and that kind of stuff are like, yes, we're going to fuck over everybody else, yes. Like, no, it's a more natural kind of kind of process. But this is a universe where mega corporations own entire systems, control entire planets with almost no oversight. Like, what? A universe where you can't even die to get out of slavery. Yeah. This is a universe where RSI, Robert Space Industries, the in-game company, brags about being a key influence on the creation of the UNE and the first UNE Navy. Talks about how their corporate power has controlled the military. as a good thing. Yeah, and then the UE can't even meet the most basic criteria of being successful crate by protecting its system from militant incursions. It is. That's exactly right. Because all of its military forces are focused on the Van Duel. A locust swarm which they can't win. I'm doing a whole video on that one. I'm going to be doing a big video on like how the universe is grimdark, and it's a combination of grimdark and science fiction, or grimdark and cyberpunk. There are no good people in the universe of Star Citizen. It's just shades of gray. It's not overly depressing. It's not supposed to be everything is depressing, you're going to go kill yourself. That's why I call it kind of a grim punk rather than grimdark and cyberpunk, because it has enough elements of both of them that it kind of comes out. What's your favorite feature coming in 3.19? I really hope they get some game extra stable by then. Probably not. I don't think we're going to see the game be stable for a long time. But the seat bugs and missions failing is over the top. It's a bit over the top at the moment, I hear. I think that has, for 3.18.2, that's because there's some issue with the backend. They're doing a hot fix for that. I know not to apply modern sensibilities to history, but can I apply them to fictional futures? Yeah, I think so. Dystopunk? Well, all cyberpunk universes are dystopians. Or dystopian. A good point of this, another way of pointing this is that, like, why does the UE still exist? It's like, that's a very common thing. It's like, well, why is it so bad? It's like, because people didn't hate the UE, they hated the measures. But yeah, there's a lot of things connected from the measures in the UE. But the measures aren't, like, that's the thing that a lot of people forget about when it comes to, like, totalitarian states, is that you focus on the leader, Stalin, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, whatever, people who are the ultimate power. No one wields ultimate power like that. It's impossible. There's no one in history who's ever been able to wield ultimate power unilaterally like that. They always need help. They always have people who help them. The thing is that in the Star Citizen universe, those people who helped the measures, not all of them left. Not all of them got caught up in the aftermath of the thing. A lot of them decided to switch sides when shit looked bad. They switched the horse when they knew which way the wind was blowing and switched the sides at the right time. So when the new government was being negotiated, they weren't about to go to jail because they picked the right side at the right time. Yeah, and that's a good point, Tree. It's like, because even though the UE has a lot of failings, it is stopping the Van Duel. Like, without the UE, the Van Duel would have already conquered the UE. Not to mention, the Xi'an could have easily conquered the UE, or even the Dvaran. The head is always more visible than the hands, yeah. The people who helped help maintain order for the measures they're dead now, but, like, didn't leave power when the measures left. There's a reason why Nyx, a famous rebel outpost against the measures, is still around. Because they still think the UE is corrupt. Like, in space operas, it seems a common thread that the good guy governments suck and bad guy governments are competent but oppressive. It's not the good guys, but it's darn sight better than nothing, which is great writing. There's no good or easy answer to the problems of the Star Citizen universe. No. You think an early solution for the ship weapon reloading could be having an ammo container in the cargo grid that depletes over time when you reload? It's a nice and simple solution. The problem about that, Peruna, I like that idea. The problem is that it's not as simple as you think, because I'll have to create an entire like code to write for that. And I think CIG is at the point where they have to figure out, is it worth to do a bootstrap fix like that, or just focus on the fixes they want to do in the future? And CIG has basically said they don't want to do that. Anywhere they can, they do not want to do these sorts of half-done temporary solutions for the game. They want to focus on the actual aspects of the game for that. So. The next just has the Who playing on repeat. Yeah. Yeah, the People's Alliance are the actual good guys. To put it in perspective, for my 40k fans out there, the People's Alliance of Levski is the closest you're going to get to the Farsight enclaves in the Star Citizen universe. They actually do fight against pirates. They don't like pirates in their systems. But at the same time, they can't really make a move against the UE because they don't have political power. They don't have enough like power. They're trying to survive and be kind of an enclave of ideals, but they're having internal conflicts about what the best way of doing that is. Hey, Nubsley. You see any similarities between Star Citizen and Dune? Not really. I wouldn't say it's super the same. There's definitely some influences because, you know, space, sandworm. There's definitely some influences there, but like there's influences into all modern science fiction from Dune, because Dune is just that important as a space opera. So, hell, Dune influenced Star Wars, you know, the original Star Wars. They're going to have to do something for reloading by the time Pyro comes out, or ballistics are going to be the deadest they've ever been since there's less places to restock. I think a lot of that process, Andrew, is going to be coming out with the resource system. So they're waiting for that system to be implemented. And I don't think we're going to see the resource system until 4.0 at the minimum. So, Starship Troopers, yes. Starship Troopers is the one that popularized the idea of mecha and battle suits. Do you think Pyro will have whip crab rodeos? Will it hive cream for 8 seconds? I mean, I'm sure players will figure that out. Can the UE ever become a federation of civilizations? I think that's entirely up to the players. Wouldn't the Xi'an have bothered if they weren't for the UA? Would the Xi'an even have bothered if it weren't for the UEE? Bothered what? What's the most useless combat-focused ship in the game? I have no idea. I don't do a lot of combat. Probably right now, I would say combat-focused. Gosh. Probably the Delta. A lot of people are saying the Ion. The Mustang Delta is pretty low up there. The 125A. I mean, the Redeemer is trash, but a burning trash can is still dangerous if you get too close to it. There's no combat-focused Argos. Xi'an used to have a lot of internal and external conflict in their history. Yes, they still do. The reason why they don't is because they recognize, at least now, that those conflicts is what caused them to lose their homeworld. Yes, on the bounce. Y'all should read, if you haven't read Starship Troopers, it's a good read. Especially if you're a big fan of military science fiction. You'll recognize a lot of tropes because it came from Starship Troopers. And I don't mean the movie. It's X1 MVP combat ship, yes. The Kar-2-Al, I wouldn't say the Kar-2-Al is the worst one, because its size 4 guns are actually pretty meaty in dealing with most conflicts. But it has a purpose at the very least. Read. I'm a gamer, thank you very much. Okay, listen to the audiobook. I wouldn't say the Reliant is bad either. The combat version of the Reliant, I think that's the Tana, is kind of like a mini Vanguard. It has a lot of firepower on it. I'd say the Saber or Glaive are worse off than the Kar-2 right now. Yeah, the Glaive is pretty good. Last I heard, the Glaive is kind of like a... no, not the Glaive. That's the Blade is what I'm thinking. It's the one that's effectively a Vanduul version of the Gladius. Now, I won't say that, like, the book is the best thing you've ever read, but you'll see why it's so influential in science fiction. The Tana is the crappiest combat ship. I wouldn't say it's bad. Like, it's okay. It's mid. Pretty much all of the ships in Star Citizen are mid, except for the ones that are meta. I don't think there's any ship that's just terrible at what it does. Have you been playing the Warhammer 40k Left 4 Dead game? I haven't recently. I do want to play it more, and I've heard it gotten a lot better. It is fun. It was fun when I played it, and the issue is that, like Destiny 2 or Vermintide, you need to have constant updates, and a lot of the bug fixes and updates weren't working properly, but they've gone back and done some stuff. I was going to play it this Wednesday, but then my wife got sick, so. Darkside's good, though. I like it. Gladiator is the worst. Yeah, well, the Gladiator is bad because the size 5 torpedoes don't do shit. Hey, Daily Noob, how you doing? It's 6 guns and 28 missiles. I don't think the Gladiator is unusably bad, though. It's just not meta. Which is why I say, like, most ships in Star Citizen are okay. But in a game, being okay means it's bad. Because, especially in a game like Star Citizen, where meta is king, in terms of, like, people are looking for the best way to win fights or make money, like, they're going to look for the ships that do the most for them. And any ship that doesn't do the most for them is automatically bad. To be fair, the Gladiator was designed for a fake torpedo. That's true. I think what the Gladiator needs is modularization. Once you can swap out on the fly modules for the Gladiator to turn it into a search and rescue ship or a what was the other one? Like a firefighting ship. There's also like you can swap that area out in the back. The back gunner can turn into like a long range recon. Like add some more reconnaissance. You can add probes to that bay. There's lots of things you can do to that back bay to become more modular. Plus also the pylons. If the Gladiator was able to put bombs, like gravity bombs, on its pylons, it would become a very, very good ship for a multi-role fighter bomber, which is what it's supposed to be. So they've done a hotfix, so it's getting better. Yeah, I would suggest this is just a general rule for anybody. When CIG releases a patch, don't try to play the patch for a day or so, and then come in about a day afterwards and check it out. Oh, they revisit dumbfire rocket pods for ground attack station runs. Yeah. If you get close to dumbfire with the Gladiator, it wrecks medium-sized ships. Oof, it's a beastly beast. Do you think that ships like the Hornet Tracker and Terrapin can actually be used early warning ships to protect friendly fleets from getting torpedoed by stealth ships like the Eclipse? Yes, oh, for certain. But a lot of that nuance isn't going to be in until they have the resource system in. I'm trash at combat flying, so I suppose I'll keep the Drake, so I'll match it at least. Everyone is going to be trash at combat and flying because CIG is going to change how combat and flying works when with that kind of stuff. Deuteriox 318.2 is out. It was released like a couple hours ago. Fully out, live. 318.2 is live right now. Do we have any idea when the economy will be implemented? I feel like it's being forgotten at this point. It's not forgotten. It's just there's a lot of other services that need to be put in, like the PES system needed to be put in to track it. Probably not until after 4.0 is released. No problem, T-Rex. I thought you had known because we were talking about it earlier when you came in. Ah, there you go. I don't know if Cupan's still here, but I actually fixed the Patreon thing. There's a misspelling on my part. Yeah, we're going to look at the Shining Tracker today as well. We're going to do that full thing. I fixed it, Coupon. Thank you for pointing it out to me. I found a smaller server, pretty stable so far. Can't get ship load up thing to work. That's pretty normal. That's something that's been happening in 3.17.2 as well. If it's not letting you put it into a specific ship, what I suggest doing is, oh, I know why your ship loadout thing won't work. Are you trying to pull things out of one ship into another ship? Is that what you're trying to do about Balrogs? Because I know what's the issue is. None of your ships are actually in your equipment anymore. So if you're trying to apply paints, I've had that problem in the past. What you need to do is you need to take the paint, put it in your inventory, because you can pull it out, I think, out of your inventory and put it into the ship, and then fly that ship to another station, like another location, and then try to apply it there. And it was stored? Okay. Because I've had that problem before. I couldn't apply any paints at Area 18. I've had that problem many times. But if I took that paint and I took it to the space station above it, what is that? Bajini? And I just swapped it there. Gotta shake the paint can, stir it, pour it in the pan, then do a dance. What do you think will be the next competitors for ships like the Connie, Corsair, and MSR? We need a healthy selection of those small crew, multi-purpose craft. Seems like most people adore those. Well, RSI doesn't have one of those. Well, it has the Connie. It wasn't RSI. What was I thinking? Miss because the Freelancer. No, RSI doesn't have one. Medium-sized? We have the Connie, but we don't have a medium-sized. We don't have an RSI version of the Freelancer, the Cutlass, or the Vanguard. Or the C1, the C series from, or the Spirit from Crusader, which doesn't make any sense. It's fucking RSI. Like they should have something in that range. I call it the C series, but it's not right. It's the Spirit because it's. Yeah. I think what to call it. What are some southern constellations, like southern hemisphere constellations? Something like that would be kind of interesting. But we also like Anvil doesn't have anything like that. Any kind of in that range either. We don't have an Argo doesn't really have anything in that range. I guess they have the Raft, which is sort of in that range. Canis Major. I mean, I'd be okay with the RSI Canis being a medium ship, because then I could finally do a kimono, a kimono. I can't remember to say the Japanese. The like cat girl dog girl waifu for my waifu project. Been waiting for that shit. Multi-role Apollo would be nice. Yes. Kimono. The problem is that it's also a kimono, and like it's one of the. It's like with Spanish with me, papa and papa. They're spelled the same. It's just the emphasis, and it's just like I hate those fucking words in languages where it's like depending on the emphasis you put on the different syllables will determine what fucking you mean. There's also the kimono dragon. I am a jelly donut. Yeah. Well, there's also Papa, I think is the right one, which is the Pope. Papa, and yeah. Komodo. There you go, the Komodo. Listen, I have problems with remembering which way is how to spell sandwich sometimes, all right? And papi. And then there's where, and war. I'm cool with the kimono dragon. They find the picture of an alligator in a skirt. This is the reason why I'm terrible at languages. The only reason why I know Spanish is because I lived in Spain. Like, I can't even speak English, and I live in England. I live in the United States. I honestly do. I honestly fucking speak it every day. And I haven't spoken Spanish like that for a decade. So Okay, but honestly, those words are all context related. That's true. English is my first language and the only language, and I'm bad at it. Yeah. Shohreh, that's all I'm saying is I'm going to butcher languages. I butcher English. Don't expect me to speak anything else. Zyomantic. Or Manic. He speaks so many languages. Hey, Lady Violet. I expected you to say I just dropped in to say I just found out I'm 100% something or some joke like that. I don't know why that popped my brain. All right, I've had my drink. We've talked a little bit longer. I've been streaming for far too long because it's at almost 4 hours here, and I still haven't done my video. So let's do the video real quick. You think one day we'll be able to play as a Van Duel? I want to match the war crimes I commit. I don't think so, sadly. Turns out I'm 100% that Korean. All right. Let me drop some of this other stuff off so it doesn't look weird that I'm looked up a bunch of random shit. Hey, Cindy. When we getting data running? Eventually. No idea. CIG it's not this year, probably not even next year, Trader. We're so, like, CIG hasn't even talked about it. So, talked about planning for it. Ooh, so if those of you who haven't experienced this, this is going to be a capsule where I take a section of this and put it up later as its own standalone video. This time we're going to be looking at specifically the roadmap stuff. So, all right. So I'm not going to be acknowledging chat a lot. I'm going to be focusing on kind of making this as the kind of a standalone video. And afterwards, if you have questions and stuff, let me know. Hello and welcome to another capsule. That's right, capsule. This is a small segment of my office hours live stream that I pull out that I do every Thursday. Well, I say every Thursday. I do it Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Trying to do my conversions in my head, over at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and live on youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. This is where we talk about lore, news, everything. We watch ISC when it comes out or look up various information. Sometimes we have little topics, but just hang out and chill and ask questions and such. You can join chat right here. Say hello, chat. Love to see you come down here and join us. But today, we're going to be covering the roadmap roundup from April 19th, 2023. Now, I've had some confusions in the past as, what the heck is this, Paul? Well, every 2 weeks, CIG updates the roadmap and the progress tracker to see what's going on. So we're going to look at the roadmap roundup of what changed, and we're also going to look at a program that a fan has created called the Shiny Tracker to look at what has been changed and updated in the background for some specific parts of the project. This helps us get more information and combined with a bunch of the other sources like the monthly reports to understand where Star Citizen is right now and what is being worked on. This is helpful for those people who are really looking forward to, like, oh, I'm looking forward to this one specific aspect of the game. Well, if we look through it and say, they're not working on it, you can expect, well, it's not working on. They're not working on that. But if they are working on something, we can pull other aspects out to understand more. Basically, this is more of a kind of a supplementary for those people who are really looking forward to, like, monthly reports. This will give you more context for that. So hopefully that explains a little bit of this, but this isn't a summary. So I'm not going to give you a quick, concise answer as to when exactly something's coming out or what exactly is being done. This is more of a data analysis. And I'm just I started doing this as a recording, and people said, hey, keep doing this, Paul. So yeah, I'm going to keep doing it. So without any further ado, let's take a look at the roadmap roundup. But remember, if you enjoy this, let me know in the comments, and be sure to like the video, subscribe for more of these, and hit the bell icon to know when these come out. All right, roadmap roundup for 4/19/2023. Notable changes for, let's go through this. No, so it's all the same stuff. So it's important to note that a lot of this stuff is downstream changes, meaning we have updates. Every so often we'll get updates. So this is the downstream for Q2, and then some of it is upstream for Q4. And I think we're going to get more upstream later. For those who don't know, downstream, upstream, effectively, downstream is the stuff that's going to be closer to player release, and upstream is stuff that's like the tools, the backend stuff that needs to be made for the downstream teams to make them. So the downstream teams are delayed by a couple of quarters compared to the upstream team. That's part of the whole staggered development. With this update, we're adding the majority of the Q2 2023 schedule for the downstream teams, with additional teams coming in subsequent publish. So we're going to see more about this probably in 2 weeks. Headhunters faction outfits, developing multiple outfit variants for the Pyro gang, the Headhunters. This deliverable has been added to the Star Citizen character art team schedule. Rough and Ready faction outfits, developing multiple outfit variants for Pyro gang, Rough and Ready. This deliverable has been added to the Star Citizen character art team schedule. Both of those have been mentioned in multiple monthly reports as well as being worked on. So we're starting to see this beyond just the initial concepts and actually being made into the game. This doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see Pyro soon, but it is an indication that CIG is starting to push beyond the basic framework. These are obviously gangs that are going to be required for the first release of Pyro, so they want to have those gang outfits done, kind of like how we see with the Ninetales and the Dusters, which will be out here shortly for Stanton. New missions, mining resource rush. Various large clusters of asteroids around Stanton are being sold off by several organizations for a fee. Civilians are given access to these spatial mining claims and allowed to mine until a cluster is depleted, drawing many mining crews and occasionally pirates to these hotspots. This deliverable has been added to the mission feature team's schedule. This is a sort of the mining version of the salvage missions that we'll be getting in Alpha 319. New mission, package extraction. A new multiplayer mission where players will work together to recover stolen prototype ship components. Crusader Security tasks players with extracting these highly classified components from the Ninetales transport ships before they can escape off-world. This deliverable has been added to the mission feature and narrative team schedules. We actually saw some previews of this or some discussions of this during one of the recent ISCs, where this is a mission where you're kind of supposed to knock out a ship and take stuff from it. So that's a pretty cool little addition for like soft death stuff. And it's specifically dealing with the new play spaces for Siege of Orison. They kind of got unlocked with Siege of Orison. New missions, data heist. Implementing missions that task players with infiltrating locations, often held by NPCs, reaching data stores, and setting data to upload to offsite handlers. This deliverable is added to the mission feature team, narrative, VFX team schedules. Nice. So that's, if you watched the, I think 2019 CitizenCon, the whole them breaking into a lab and stealing stuff. That's the kind of missions they're doing, which is nice. Some of these seem to be matching up with gameplay. Like obviously, package extraction is a combination of soft death and the Siege of Orison platforms. The mining resource rush is kind of like the same sort of modular but system as the salvage missions, but it's for mining. And the data heist is may actually be hacking. But we've already seen stuff like this in game. We're just usually on the side that needs to stop the hack for data heist. It happens in Siege of Orison, and it happens with all those 890 missions. So now we get to actually hack those locations to upload stuff. So interesting little addition. That's it for the roadmap roundup. But, as I said, we're going to look into the Shiny Tracker to see all of the changes that have been made in the background. That's still a lot of stuff right there. We're looking at brand new mission setups and two new gang outfits being for Pyro. So it seems like CIG, because these are the downstream teams, are heavily working on expanding the gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 of those new mission types come out to the game in 320, which we don't know when it is. We know it's happening. We just don't know when it is yet. So keep an eye on those. With that, though, let's move on over to the Shiny Tracker. All right, so this is a little different. I've actually, Shiny Hobo actually reached out and talked about this. This was a bug. This is a bug that it was deliverables moved. It was not removed. This is just wasn't supposed to have happened. So we can ignore this. It is still going to be coming out for the salvage contract to still come out in 319. I don't think it's been fully committed yet. These are all the things that have been added. We just talked about these. And this is all 81 deliverables updated. This is where I'm going to go through piece by piece and kind of explain how things have changed and how it might have changed a little bit. Actor status T2 has been corrected from start date corrected from 23/31 to 23. It's just small things. The end date has been moved closer. So they kind of calibrated it a little bit more with the actor status T2. The AI vehicle perception was extended to July, so it's going to take them a little bit longer to do that. We see that artificial gravity is going to be coming sooner rather than later, which is interesting. Bounty Hunting V2 has been pushed out to August, the current work at least. And that was changed. Bug fixing tech debt, Cave archetypes was changed to the end of April, which is something we've seen before, kind of been working on it. Now, I'm going to go speed through chapter 1, or all of the chapters that have been changed with Squadron. These are ongoing works. They'll see this stuff happening all throughout any of these. This will be happening up until the game releases. So Squadron 2 actually comes out. So we see not a lot of change here. Chapter 2, we see extension to the end of June, or to middle June. This has been extended to July, so chapter 4 is still not done yet. Chapter 5 has been extended to June. Extended to June for 6. Extended to, it was assigned, new dev was assigned for that. Extended to July, May, July. It was a lot of AI content, team character tech art, facial animation, gameplay story, Squad 42 character art, VFX. That's chapter 12. There's a lot of work being done on it. Chapter 13 to July. So yeah, basically they're continuing to work. There's still more stuff they got to do. Let's see. June. Yeah, August. There's a lot of stuff here too. Through chapter 27, 28, and then, all right, so effectively they've moved this to the work. It's continuing on to further date. Pretty typical with Squadron 42. Overall, we can see chapter 26, 22, 21, 20, 17, 14, 12, 5, 4, and it looks like that's bug fixing 4. Those are all really getting a lot of work done. We know that Squadron 42 has been going through a lot of refining with some of these specific gameplay parts. And there's been a big push of trying to get Squadron 42 in a better state than it currently is, in the sense that everything is up to spec. So the game plays like it should, with all the proper features that it's supposed to have from start to finish. No missing gameplay elements. All right, character work extended to July. Huge amount of work there, obviously. They've done a big shoot recently. Chemline I forgot what this was. Extended to there, okay. And then we're back to Star Citizen's going to produce stuff. Cutting version 2. They added one new engineering dev. Derelict Spaceship's Point of Interest was extended to the end of May. Duster Faction Outfix has been extended to June. Okay, so we can see that. Dynamic of Events has moved from... Okay, so they've kind of stopped working on dynamic events for now. Enemy characters extended to... That's for Squadron 42 to May. March. So it's been extended to March. So EVA T2 looks like it's done. I think I remember seeing that. It's close to being done. Extended to March. Extended to June. Added some new tasks. FPS device tier 1 is in April. Freight elevators is moving to September. So, for instance, I wouldn't expect anything to do with freight and that sort of cargo gameplay until later, but we kind of already knew that. 319 doesn't have that, and that's coming out in May. And I wouldn't be surprised if 320 doesn't come out until after CitizenCon, which is in October. So, Frontier Clothing extended to end of June. Gen 12 renderer T1 has extended to June. It's not fully finished for the renderer. Grey Cat Industrial Salvage Tool. This is the standalone tool. Has been extended out to June. Hacking Tier 0 has been extended out to... Oh, it's only been extended out to June. It's interesting. Life Support Tier 0 has moved closer. So that's actually getting closer to being created. It's being finished in August. Lockable Containers has moved closer... Oh, no, they've stopped working on it. That may be a bug there. Because I remember them talking about something like that. Map and radar systems rework. Extended to the end of April. MFD rework is in July. Okay. Military multi-tool extended to May. And then just miscellaneous support. Mission Manager app to August. So we're not going to get any... For those of you wondering, the Mission Manager app is important because the Mission Manager app is the thing you need to interact with the missions that will be dynamically generated by the background information. So if that's been extended through August, remember, anytime they say, hey, August 14th, that doesn't mean they're going to be done at August 14th. It means that they're currently scheduled to finish their current work on whatever they're doing on the 14th of August, or around there, which means I wouldn't expect that sort of connecting stuff to be added into the game before the end of the year. So, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see maybe a lot or any movement on Quantum before the end of the year. Could be wrong. This could come up with like 4.0 or something, but this definitely isn't right there. This goes along with the Mobile Glass rework, which is, of course, not coming. It's been extended out to July. Mop and Bucket gameplay has been moved to June or May. New player experience is extended to April. Persistent Habs has been moved closer to May. That's interesting. Persistent Streaming and Entity Reserving was moved closer to... So it looks like we probably might be getting some new information on server meshing around July. Because it looks like at least the current work on PES and server meshing is wrapping up around June, which kind of tracks with what we've talked about before, with how they've worked. Damage and breakability has been extended to June. Rope simulation has been extended to June. Player interaction experience T2, that's the new kind of scan and kind of look at things, extended to July. Player/machine physical interaction has been extended to April. Prone version 1, which we've seen sort of, they talked about it in the last monthly report, was finished recently. Pyro space stations. They added 3 new art devs. Pyro system planet mission setup has been extended to August. Rastar was extended out to that, but we know Rastar has been finished, or at least the first version. Refinery ships has been extended to September. We know that was recently started. Resource management has been looks like freed up, so less people working on it maybe. It's been expanded to the middle of beginning of May. We know that the RSI links is supposed to come out in 3.19. So then we have salvage vehicle munching extended to September. So we're not going to see vehicle munching until at least the end of the year, maybe a little longer. Salvage T0 has been moved, obviously, because that's done. Salvage is done. Vehicle munching is the next step. Seated item handling. This is the thing that allows you to shoot out of the side seats of a dragonfly, like this, or out of the side of a vehicle. It has moved closer, so it looks like that's being prioritized for some reason for 5.4. So that may be might make it to 19, 3.19. Probably not, but who knows? Security network V1 was moved closer to August. Sliding. For those who don't know, sliding into cover has been a thing that Star Citizen wanted to do for a while. It was moved closer, so we're going to see it being coming out to the game soon. Space Mines has been extended to March. They kind of worked on that a little bit in the past month. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another update that it's kind of constantly being worked on. Vehicle support for Squadron 42. Subsumption editor integration has been extended to the 7th. That makes sense. Swimming tier 0 is been moved closer. So it looks like we might actually see swimming sooner than later, too. That might be a 320 thing. Time trial race missions obviously is in the game now, so that's why it's there. Now, here we go. Unannounced vehicle. The end date is extended to June or May 24th. They added some audio and VFX stuff. That's probably the Fury, would be my guess, the Misk Fury. That'll be coming out around Invictus for 3.19. Vehicle tractor beams. Looks like that's still set up for the same. We know that they've been working on that extensively. Weapon misfire and wear, another thing they mentioned in the monthly report. That was they added 7 days of work. And 0G push and pull has been extended to the end of March and work on that. But everything else has been unchanged. So, what did we learn today, chat? Nothing. But what we can pull out of this is a lot of the stuff that was mentioned in the monthly report seems to continue to get more focus. Things like weapon misfire, 0G push and pull, tractor beams. There's an unannounced vehicle. Swimming seems to be getting some work. Sliding, social network rework, seated item handling, salvage, basically resource management. Basically, we haven't seen much change, but we have seen a lot of stuff which people have been looking forward to, like hole munching and the MOBA glass, mission manager, the MFD, the radar systems, the hacking, like all of that stuff has pushed out. So we're going to see that coming later rather than sooner. So it's not too out of the ordinary, but we're definitely seeing some stuff getting done. If you're looking forward to, say, like those multiple different containers for for cargo, we know that's being worked on. It's something that's coming with freight elevators. If you're looking forward to more like fire hazards and EVA and dynamic events, a lot of those things that, it's being worked on. It's just probably not going to come anytime soon. So that's what we saw from the roadmap update. I do want to know your thoughts down below on any of these, and let me know if you are interested in seeing more of these. As always, this is a more newer version of the capsules that I do. So I'm always a little bit more unsure about if this helps y'all. Let me know in the comments below. If it does, And as always, come join us live on Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. Come join the discussion. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I was muted that entire time, wasn't I? Yes, I was. Yeah, the rain hasn't really been that bad here, at least where I am. Apparently, it's still raining, but I haven't been hearing the like. It's hard to hear the rain over my fans. Hop and book it like it's 19. It looks like it has 97 weeks on the tracker, but prior to now, they've only worked on it 6 weeks. They're halfway through the New York, through the new work they schedule right now, which you can see on the other report. Thank you, Shiny. Up and bucket. Where is that? Yeah, they mentioned that on the Squad 42 month report. Yeah, pretty much like most of the report that they pulled out, most of the stuff is kind of matches up with what they talked about in the monthly reports. Stuff for Squad 42 is worked on. It's still kind of in the process of being worked on. Most of the stuff that is for 319 is being prioritized, and pretty much everything else is happening. So. I'm stopped walking around in the rain because this weather has got so bad. Oof. Yes, I said hi, Dark Hour, and I forgot I was muted. So sorry, Dark Hour. Were you streaming? What were you streaming, buddy? I feel like an asshole because I didn't realize I was still muted. Probably gone. My bad. Feel like a jerk. Thank you. Go follow Dark Hour. It's been up and down strength ball. It was dumping buckets a moment ago. Yeah, for those who don't know, I live around the Austin area, so I live in Austin. Have a good night, Tree. Yeah, I'll probably call it up at night as well. Thank you all for hanging out with us. As I've been saying before, I do want to thank Factor for sponsoring the stream. Currently, if I get up to maximum I can get is about the 40. But if you are looking for a food prep service where you get food that is good, that is balanced, that is healthy-ish, that's tasty. It's not gourmet, but is better than frozen foods and better than fast food. And you don't like to cook and you just want some food like that, Factor is a great service. You can try it for a week, and if you try it for a week, you use my coupon code, or you get my link in the description, ! Factor in chat. I'll make sure it's in the top comment on YouTube after this. Check that out, and yeah, it's a fantastic service to use. You get 50% off if you use my code. So you'll get some discounts for using that as well, and I get a little kickback for it as well, because they are paying me for it. But I used Factor before I got sponsored by them, so I can vouch for them personally. They're very good, and we'll have I just got one live on stream, and when it comes in next Monday, I'll make sure to save some of them for next Thursday. Next Thursday we'll come back as a chat. I'll unbox it, show you what it is, walk you through the process of how to eat it. It's pretty good. You need a microwave. I don't think you can use a toaster oven. You might be able to. You'd have to look up at the Factor website. It's designed for microwaves. But I think if you plate it, if you took it out and you put it on the plate and then heated it up in the toaster oven, I think it could work like that. There may be oven instructions in it too. I don't know. I've only used it for the microwave though. Thank you, Daily Noob. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry, I was checking my all the other things to see what to do, because I will have it out and kind of pop it open. It says Factor VIP box opening, optional cooking, and standard content, ensuring that Factor 75 talking points are hit throughout the sponsor segment. Yeah. I probably will not going to open it from the box, but I'll definitely pull it out and show it to you, and then go cook it and eat it. All right, y'all. Thank you again for hanging out with us. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I'll see y'all tomorrow for some Star Citizen content. Probably some Xenothreat, if y'all are down for it.